Chapter 1. Promise to a Stranger. The council room of High Hollow Mansion always felt too large when the elders were angry and too small when they were afraid. This morning, it somehow felt like both. Gideon Vale sat at the head of the long cedar table, broad shoulders wrapped in a dark wool coat, the alpha mark at his throat catching the thin winter light. His presence alone could quiet a room, the kind of power that had held the Olympic Peninsula Pack steady for years. To his right, his daughter sat straight-backed in a simple cream shirt and dark bell-bottom jeans, a quiet contrast to the formality around her. Liora Vale had silver eyes that saw more than she ever said, long, straight, dark hair that fell between her shoulder blades, and a face that softened when she smiled, which she rarely did in council. She looked slim at first glance, all clean lines and neat posture, but there was a stubbornness in the set of her jaw that made her seem taller than she was. She folded her hands in her lap, wrist angled so the thin, old watch that had belonged to her mother peeked from beneath her cuff. The steady tick was a comfort. It reminded her there was a rhythm under all this noise that did not belong to the council. High Hollow owes more than words, Gideon said, voice calm, carrying easily to the furthest carved chair. When we signed the accord with Shadow Ridge, we did so with a promise. Our territory, our trade routes, our winter grazing in Wyoming, they've stood because that promise stands. Chairs creaked as elders leaned forward. Liora watched the knotted hands on the table, the lines on familiar faces. She had grown up at the edge of these meetings, a child in doorways, listening while pretending to count the knots in the wood. The words were always the same: safety, stability, alliances. Today, her name was the price tag. Liora is 18 now, Gideon continued. His gaze cut to her, steady, proud. The right age to take her place as Luna. As agreed, she will marry Alpha Beckett Hale of Shadow Ridge. He arrives by evening, so preparations must begin at once. There it was, said aloud like a contract finally stamped. Leora's fingers twitched against her knee. She straightened her shoulders like she had been taught and kept her expression neutral. This was the path she had been raised to walk, alliance bride, bridge between packs. She had known the words "when you marry Beckett" almost as long as she knew her own name. But something in her chest, something that had hummed quietly for years, suddenly pressed hard against her ribs. Elder Thorn, his hair as white as the snow layering the mountain tops, nodded. Shadow Ridge has honored the trade routes even in lean years. The promise must be kept. Aluna's duty is the pack. There were low murmurs of agreement. Gideon's hand flattened on the table. We will welcome Alpha Beckett with full honor. Liora will stand at my side when he arrives. By equinox, the union will be sealed. Liora lifted her chin. Her voice when she spoke was even. And what if I don't want? The entire table turned toward her. Gideon's look silenced the rest of the sentence. It wasn't harsh, exactly. It was warning and fear. The kind that said not here, not in front of them. We've discussed this, he said, keeping his tone smooth for the elders. You were born into this promise, Liora. It is not a stranger's hand. It is Shadow Ridge's hand, our ally. She swallowed whatever rebellion had risen, pressing her nails lightly into her palm. The watch ticked on, ignoring them all. The meeting broke with the scrape of chairs. Papers were gathered, coats tugged on, voices dropped back to low strategy. Liora stood when Gideon did, the movement automatic. As they stepped into the hall, a figure detached from the doorway shadows and fell into step beside her. Kira. She was only a few months older than Liora, shorter, with a curtain of dark wavy hair and quick, assessing eyes. Where Leora's edges were quiet and dutiful, Kira's were practical, sharp, always turned toward survival. They had grown up like sisters in this mansion's halls. You could have picked a better time to grow a spine, Kira muttered under her breath as elders trailed ahead. Leora's jaw flexed. I won't be traded like grain. Her voice came out harder than she meant it to. A few nearby heads turned. Kira shot her a warning look and pulled her aside into an alcove lit by a hanging lantern. Kira stared up at the lantern glass instead of meeting her eyes. Why didn't you ever ask your father, huh? He raised you on this idea. You let it sit all these years, and now when it's time, you think you can just back off. Liora stepped closer, anger and panic tangling in her chest. No one asked me if I want to marry a stranger, Kira. You should have thought about it earlier. Kira's tone stayed soft but unyielding. We don't get to wake up one morning and decide the accord doesn't apply anymore. Liora's hands curled at her sides. She opened her mouth to fire something back, then shut it. There was a stinging behind her eyes she refused to let turn into tears. Not here, not in this hallway where every passing pack member would smell it. She pushed past Kira and headed for the back steps, where the morning wind slid in through the mansion's open doors. Outside, the day was clear and sharp. Dawn had barely lifted from the valley. The sky over the evergreens was a pale wash, waiting for the sun to commit. The big stone front of High Hollow Mansion was already bustling. Wolves in both human and wolf form moved across the grounds, hanging strings of lanterns, carrying boxes of decorations, sweeping the steps. A saffron prayer flag, new and bright against the gray of the stone, snapped in the wind. Its lower edge had come loose from the tall pole at the edge of the terrace, flapping wildly. Liora stepped out into the chill, breath-puffing white. She crossed the flagstones, boots crunching on a fine dusting of frost, and reached up. Cold air bit her fingers as she caught the edge of the flag and began to knot it back into place. The watch ticked steadily against the inside of her wrist, under the cuff of her shirt. Tick, tick. The sound anchored her, a tiny heartbeat under the roar of preparations. Behind her, the heavy front doors creaked open again. "Higher," Gideon's voice said. "Let the wind carry it. We want it seen from the ridge." Liora tightened the knot until the fabric held, then pushed it up the pole so it caught the breeze cleanly. The saffron cloth billowed out, bright and brave against the morning sky. She didn't turn right away. Her jaw was tight again. "Good," Gideon said, moving to stand next to her, looking out over the valley. For a moment, father and daughter stood shoulder to shoulder, identical stances, different storms in their chests. "Is this what you want?" she asked quietly, not looking at him. "Truly." "To sign me away before I've even met him." His eyes stayed on the forest line, on the mist lifting off the trees. "I want our pack safe through winter. I want our hunters to return. I want to keep High Hollow out of war." His hand twitched toward her, then dropped. "This is how we do that." "That's not an answer," she said. "It's the only one that matters," he replied. Before she could push, another voice cut through the cold. "Stop freezing your fingers off and drink this." Rhea, her mother's old friend, appeared at Leora's other side. Lines fanned from the corners of Rhea's eyes, hair streaked with early gray and pinned into a no-nonsense bun. She shoved a hot tin mug into Leora's hands. "Sip," Rhea ordered. "No martyr face tonight." The steam smelled of cinnamon and something herbal. Liora wrapped her fingers around the warmth, letting it sink into her skin. She took a careful sip. The drink burned pleasantly down her throat and settled some of the shaking in her chest. "Thank you," she murmured. Rhea lifted her brows. "You can hate the party later. Right now, don't catch a chill before your own feast." By evening, the mansion glowed. Lanterns hung from the eaves, casting soft gold circles on the snow-dusted stone. Saffron and indigo flags rippled along the drive. Cars idled at the base of the steps, headlights cutting through the settling dusk as envoys arrived from nearby allied packs. Liora stood between Gideon and Rhea at the top of the wide front stairs. Her cream shirt had been replaced with a deep forest green blouse that made her silver eyes look sharper, tucked neatly into dark trousers. Her hair was brushed smooth and left loose, falling like ink over her shoulders. She touched the old watch once, feeling the worn leather band under her fingertip, then let her hand fall. A black SUV rolled to a stop at the bottom of the stairs. The man who stepped out moved like he expected people to move aside without being asked. Alpha Beckett Hale was taller than most of the wolves on the steps, his frame wrapped in a charcoal coat over a crisp shirt and blazer. His hair was dark, swept back, and his eyes, ocean blue, clear even in the dusk, swept the mansion with quick calculation before landing on Gideon, then on Liora. His gaze lingered there. She felt the weight of it, the assessing pause, the slight narrowing as he took in the straight line of her shoulders, the lack of a bow, the watch on her wrist instead of jewels. Gideon stepped forward, offering his hand. Alpha Beckett, welcome to High Hollow. Our home is yours. Alpha Gideon. Beckett's handshake was firm, polite. His voice carried a smooth western drawl, controlled but not cold. The drive-in was beautiful. Your cliffs are something else. Our cliffs are safe because of you, Gideon replied. You remember my daughter, Liora. Liora took the last step down, stopping in front of him. For a heartbeat, the world narrowed to the two of them, the promised bride and the stranger she was supposed to call mate. She extended her hand. Not a bow, not a lowered head, just her palms steady between them. Welcome, she said. Partners aren't meant to bow before each other. They're meant to hold each other's hand. For just a moment, surprise cracked Beckett's smooth expression. Then one corner of his mouth lifted. He took her hand, his grip warm and respectful instead of possessive. Then I'm honored to hold it, he said simply. Above them, Gideon's jaw tightened. Liora felt his disapproval like a shift in the air, but she didn't look up. She kept her eyes on Beckett's, daring him silently to make an issue of it. He didn't. If anything, he looked faintly impressed. Inside, the feast hall hummed with low conversation and clinking dishes. Elders moved like shadows between tables, maps unfurled on the sideboard, trade routes and winter grazing paths sketched with small wooden markers. Gideon bent over one parchment, signing his name without hesitation, the curve of his wrist sure. At the center of the hall, Elder Thorn rose, lifting a carved staff. Before equinox, he announced, voice echoing off the high beams, the old ways require a trail blessing to honor safe passes for the season. This year, the blessing must be done with moonflower gathered from the land of Coastlight Pack. Low murmurs circled the room. Coastlight, the pacifist pack on the coast, bound by their tranquil hunt oath. Some called them noble, others called them soft. Elder Thorn's eyes gleamed. The path will be walked by High Hollow's Alpha and his heir. The moonflower must be collected and presented before the ceremony. Only then will the moon favor this union and this winter. Coastlight. Without meaning to, Leora's mind slid back 10 years. A boy of 22, standing on a cliff above the surf with the wind tearing at his hair, listening more than he spoke. Kellen North, then only the heir, not yet Alpha. He'd been kind to the small girl who trailed after the adults, answering her questions about whales and tides instead of shooing her away. She remembered his quiet eyes more than his words. He would be 32 now, a man, Alpha in his own right since his father's death. The image flashed and faded. The hall came back into focus. Later, outside under the cold stars, Liora found herself once again by the flagpole. The saffron cloth tugged at its tether in the wind. Lantern light flickered across her face as she reached up, fingers brushing the knot she had tied that morning. For safe passes, she whispered to the flag, not just for the trail, for herself, for whatever waited beyond the ridge. Inside, through the open doors, Beckett watched her from the threshold, unreadable. He joined her on the porch a few minutes later, the crunch of his polished shoes on stone soft. Seems like the princess of High Hollow is not happy with this alliance, he said, leaning one shoulder against the railing. His tone was light, but there was sharpness underneath. She didn't flinch. How am I supposed to marry a man who is a stranger? He considered that, blue eyes tracing her profile, the set of her mouth, the way her hand still rested on the flag cord, knuckles pale in the cold. You want to know me, he said at last. Then I keep visiting often. That's simple enough. Her laugh was small and humorless. The agreement of our marriage was signed the moment I was born. Your visits won't change that. He didn't argue. He only nodded once, something like respect in his gaze. Maybe not, but it might change how it feels. Before she could answer, the air shifted behind them. Gideon stood in the doorway, frame filling the opening. His eyes moved from Beckett to Liora, lingering on the distance between them, the tension in his daughter's shoulders. Beckett, he said smoothly, the elders are asking for you, trade maps. Beckett inclined his head, Of course. He gave Liora one last searching look, then stepped back inside. The moment he was gone, Gideon's alpha mask cracked. Lines hardened around his mouth as he stepped onto the porch, closing the distance between them. "You'll marry Beckett," he said, voice low and tight. No council, no audience now, just father and daughter. Leora's hand tightened on the flag rope until the rough fibers bit into her palm. "I'll gather the moonflower," she answered, meeting his gaze. "I don't know about this marriage." He took one step closer, towering over her, the scent of pine and iron strong. "You are raised for this alliance, Liora." She felt tears jump to the back of her eyes, hot and sudden. She turned her face slightly away so he couldn't see them. The watch was a small, solid weight against her wrist. "I was raised for the pack," she said quietly. "That's not the same thing." He exhaled sharply through his nose, frustrated, then turned and went back inside without another word. The door swung shut behind him, muting the music and voices. Liora stayed there in the cold until her fingers went numb. That night, alone in her room, she sat cross-legged on her bed with the old watch cupped in her palms. The lamps were turned low. Only the glow from the window and a small bedside lamp lit the simple space. Books on the shelf, boots lined neatly by the wall, a worn sweater thrown over the back of a chair. She took a soft cloth and gently polished the scratched metal face of the watch. Each slow circle of her thumb seemed to loosen something in her chest. Her mother's voice rose in memory, warm and low, from a time when she was small and the world felt simpler. "Not the flag to what's true, little wolf," her mother had said once, helping her tie a tiny ribbon to a sapling in the yard. "Not to what's easy. The wind doesn't care for what's easy." Leora's throat tightened. She closed her eyes, letting the memory wash over her. When she opened them again, the watch face gleamed faintly, catching the light. Morning came pale and blue. She stood by her dresser, packing a small canvas backpack with methodical movements. Extra socks rolled tight, a flannel shirt, a worn paperback shoved into a side pocket. The watch went back onto her wrist, the leather strap snug. Behind her, the doorframe creaked. Kira leaned there, arms folded, lips pressed into a thin line. Shadows under her eyes hinted at her own sleepless night. "Please don't use your mind," Kira said. "Use your duty." Liora zipped the main compartment, then turned, shouldering the pack. Her smile was tight, but her eyes were clear. "My mind keeps us alive," she said. "So does winter," Kira shot back. "So do full stores and strong allies, don't forget that." "I'm not," Liora said. "That's why I'm going." For a second, they just looked at each other, two girls caught in the gears of something bigger than them. Then Kira pushed off the frame and stepped aside. In the kitchen, Ria waited with a small cloth bundle. She pressed it into Leora's hand before she could protest. "Dried apples and sage," Ria said. "For courage, and for when your father gets too loud." Liora laughed softly, the sound cracking at the edges. She tucked the bundle into her pack with care. "Thank you." Ria cupped her cheek briefly, thumb brushing under her eye in a gesture that almost erased the ache there. "Come back with all your pieces, girl, not just the ones the council wants." Outside, the royal car waited in the drive, a dark, sleek SUV that looked out of place against the old stone and prayer flags. Gideon stood by the open rear door, coat buttoned, expression composed. The alpha face was back in place. Only the slight tightness around his eyes betrayed that this was not just another formal trip. Liora climbed in beside him. As the car pulled away, the mansion receded in the rear window. The lanterns, the saffron flags snapping in the morning wind, the people moving like small, busy shadows. She lifted her wrist and laid her fingers over the watch, feeling the quiet tick-tick-tick. The road curved toward the distant forests of Coastlight Pack, toward moonflowers and an old prince who had become a man, toward a trial blessing that might decide more than just safe passes. For the first time, the path ahead did not feel like a straight corridor built by someone else. It felt like a trail she might finally choose. Chapter 2, Forced Proximity. Fog stitched itself between the trees, as the high hollow car rolled deeper into coastlight territory. The tall firs and cedars stood like dark pillars on either side of the narrow road, their trunks slick with rain, their crowns lost in the low, gray sky. The wipers dragged water off the windshield with a tired squeak. The heater hummed, blowing warm air that never quite chased away the chill. In the back seat, Liora sat forward with her hands wrapped around the strap of her backpack. Her clothes were simple and practical now. A fitted charcoal shirt tucked into dark bell-bottom jeans, boots made for mud, not marble floors. Her long, straight hair was pulled back in a low tie, a few strands loose around her face. The watch on her wrist ticked softly, the worn leather band snug against her skin, the one piece of her mother she carried everywhere. She stared through the glass, watching the forest blur past. The deeper they drove, the more it felt like the world she knew was being swallowed by moss and mist. In the front passenger seat, Gideon leaned slightly toward the windshield, his shoulders filling the space, eyes narrowed. Even seated, he carried that contained alpha tension, like a boulder sitting in the center of a river, unmoving, making the current bend around him. The car rounded a bend. The headlights flashed across something pale and horizontal. "Hold on," the driver blurted, hitting the brakes. The car slowed and then stopped with a soft, rubbery squeal. In the beam of the lights, a cedar tree lay sprawled across the road, uprooted, branches splayed, trunk blocking the way from ditch to ditch. Before the driver could curse again, the engine coughed twice, then died. The dashboard lights went dark. Rain tapped on the hood. The silence in the car felt like a held breath. "That's not good," Liora said quietly. Gideon checked the dead gauges, then the fallen tree. "Storm brought it down," he said, "and our battery chose now to fail." Leora's fingers tightened on the strap in her lap. "Have you informed Alpha Kellen about our arrival?" "Yes," Gideon replied. "He knew our route. They must be reaching any time." As if the forest had been waiting for that cue, a shadow moved in the fog ahead. At first, it was just a darker blur among all the others. Then it stepped closer, into the reach of the headlights, and turned into a man. Kellen North came up the center of the road with long, easy strides that took the soaked asphalt like it was nothing. He wore a dark ranger jacket, unzipped halfway to reveal a close-fitting thermal shirt beneath, rain darkening the fabric across his shoulders. Mud streaked the legs of his jeans where they disappeared into scuffed boots. His face was all sharp lines and weathered angles, a strong jaw shadowed with stubble, straight nose, dark brows, and his eyes, deep brown with a faint amber warmth at their center, held the steady, measuring calm of someone who'd been in worse storms than this. Kellen's presence didn't crash into a space. It settled in, like tide water quietly reclaiming shore. There was nothing flashy about him, but everything about the way he stood said solid, deliberate, dangerous if he has to be. He stepped to the driver's window and knocked his knuckles lightly against the glass. The window slid down with a sigh and a gust of wet air. "Engine trouble?" he asked, voice low, touched with a soft coastal cadence. "Battery," Gideon said, "and your tree is in the way." Kellen's mouth tilted. "We like to make an impression." Then his gaze slid past Gideon into the back seat and met Liora. For Liora, the small, fog-wrapped world of the car narrowed to that one look. His scent hit her in the same instant, the sharpness of pine, the clean mineral of wet stone, a faint note of iron and smoke beneath it. It slipped into her lungs and curled low in her stomach, something in her wolf rising so fast it stole her breath for a second. He knew her. She saw the instant recognition in his eyes, a flicker of surprise and something quieter. "Liora Vale," he said. "Last time I saw you, you were trying to convince my father that whales might be secret wolves." She remembered. The cliff above the sea, a man's patient laugh, a younger Kellen crouched to point out schools of fish in the foam. She'd been 12, all questions and elbows. "You didn't exactly prove me wrong," she said, voice a touch huskier than she meant. "You just said it was classified coastlight information." That brought a quick, real smile to his face. It softened his features, made the lines at the corners of his eyes visible. He straightened, looking back to Gideon. "I've got my truck pulled in just past the break," he said. "There's a side cut through the brush our rangers use. Too steep for this car, but the truck can manage it. We'll do this in 2 moves. I can take you in now, Alpha Gideon, so you can get to the mansion, dry off, talk to my council. Then I'll come back on foot and walk Liora in on the forest trail." Gideon's brows knit. "You're sure that's safest?" Kellen nodded once. "Rains like this bring trees down everywhere. I don't want you sitting here exposed. We'll regroup at the mansion." Gideon thought about it for all of 3 seconds, then exhaled. "Fine." He opened the door and stepped out into the rain, coat catching the drops. Before he closed it, he bent to look back at Liora. "Do as Kellen says," he said quietly. "Be sensible, no defiance. Maybe don't tell Coastlight's Alpha I'm defective before you even reach his front door," Liora replied, chin lifting. His eyes flashed, but there was no real time to argue. "We'll talk about this later." He squeezed her shoulder once, brief, heavy, then shut the door. From the fog beyond the fallen cedar, another man appeared in a Coastlight jacket, jogging along the cut where the truck had squeezed through. Kellen gave low instructions, and within a minute, Gideon was following the ranger around the uprooted tree and out of sight. The distant cough of an engine starting came a moment later. The sound grew, then receded, swallowed by the forest. The road felt bigger and emptier at once. Kellen turned back to Liora, now standing beside the stranded car with her backpack on. "All right," he said. "Our turn, you ready to walk?" She adjusted the strap on her shoulder. "You're not planning on throwing any more trees in our way, right?" His eyes warmed. "I'll talk to them." He led her off the road, down a narrow path that sloped toward the sound of water. The forest closed in, damp and green. Ferns brushed her jeans. Rain softened under the thick canopy, tapping leaves instead of metal. They reached the creek in a few minutes. It was swollen from the storm, rushing brown and fast over rocks. A plank bridge spanned it, 2 stout timbers lashed together, rope rails on each side. Kellen stepped onto it first, feeling the give. "Step where I step," he said, glancing back at her. Rain beaded on his lashes, darkening them. "Eyes on my boots, not the water." She nodded, but her heart beat faster anyway. The rush below sounded like a crowd whispering threats. She stepped onto the planks, fingers wrapping tight around the rope. The boards flexed under her weight, wet and slick. She fixed her eyes on his boots, wide, solid, sure. 1 step, 2. Halfway across, her heels slid on a patch of algae. The bridge lurched. Her hand slipped off the rope. The roar of the creek jumped up around her as she tilted sideways. Strong arms caught her mid-fall. Kellen's hands wrapped around her waist, pulling her against him in one fluid motion, his body braced between her and the drop. His grip was firm but unhurried, no panic in it, just steady strength. "Easy," he said, voice close to her ear, warm despite the cold. "I've got you." Liora's palms had slapped against his chest. She could feel the solid wall of muscle beneath the damp shirt, the slow, controlled rhythm of his breathing. His scent hit her even harder this close, wrapping around her, sinking into her. Her breath came out in a shaky little puff she didn't quite manage to hide. "Thanks," she muttered. He didn't let go until he felt her weight settle onto her feet again. Even then, his fingers lingered at her waist for a heartbeat longer than necessary, as if testing that she was really steady. "Try again," he said. "One more stretch, I'm not letting you go." They crossed the rest of the bridge, without incident. On the far bank, the path climbed, winding between moss-covered trunks. Liora kept step beside him now, matching his pace. The forest smelled richer here, earth and rain, and the lingering metallic tang of the creek. She was very aware of him, of the way his shoulders moved under his jacket, of the quiet way his eyes scanned the trees, of the heat that seemed to radiate from him even in the damp cold. Kellen was aware of her too, of the high, hollow snow and pine scent threaded through her, of cinnamon from some tea she must have drunk that morning, of a note beneath it all that was just Liora. It curled inside his chest, stubborn and insistent. He swallowed it down. "She's promised to Beckett. Gideon is trusting you with her safety, not with anything else. You do not fail that." His radio crackled. "Alpha," a voice came through the static, breathless. "There are movements in the East Woods, not ours. At least 4 signatures, maybe more keeping back. You might want to hold at the tree house." Kellen lifted the radio, eyes narrowing as he scanned the shadows. "Copy. Keep them in sight. Do not engage unless they move toward the road. We'll hole up at the way station until we know their direction." He clipped the radio back on. "Rogues?" Liora asked. "Most likely," he said. "Either that or very rude neighbors." His expression stayed calm, but his shoulders shifted, wolf closer to the surface. "We're heading to a shelter now, secret treehouse, built for storms and bad nights." "Secret treehouse," she echoed. "That sounds small." He looked at her, reading more than her tone. "Safe," he said. "That's what matters." They didn't get there before the rogues found them. It happened in a blur. A crack of branches to the left, a flash of gray-brown fur, a low, ugly growl. Another shape burst from the right, bigger, teeth-bared. The air filled with the sour scent of unaligned wolves. "Behind me," Kellen snapped. He was shrugging off his jacket even as he moved, the shift ripping through him like a wave, bones reshaping, muscles swelling, skin rippling into fur. One moment, man. The next, a massive dark wolf with powerful shoulders and amber eyes, hackles up. Leora's own wolf surged, breaking through her like the crack of a dam. She let it take her, bones lengthening, nails turning to claws, the world sharpening into scent and sound and instinct. Her clothes tore away as fur replaced skin. She hit the ground on 4 paws, silver-eyed wolf, coat pale gray streaked with darker threads. They met the rogues head-on. Mud flew under their paws. Teeth flashed. The forest exploded into snarls and the heavy thud of bodies slamming into each other. Liora went for one rogue's flank, felt claws rake across her thigh, snapped at his shoulder until she tasted blood. Another wolf crashed into her side, heavier, slamming her to the ground. His weight crushed the air from her. His jaws snapped dangerously close to her throat. A dark blur hit him from the side. "Kellen." He tore the rogue off her with a ferocity that scared even the part of her that knew it wasn't meant for her. They rolled, snarling, Kellen's teeth closing on the back of the rogue's neck in a final, decisive bite. The remaining rogues, seeing one of their own fall and feeling the alpha's weight of intent, broke and ran, vanishing into the trees. The forest fell quiet, but for the rain and the ragged sound of breathing. Liora shifted back first, landing on her hands and knees in the cold mud. The impact sent a flare of pain through her ribs. Scratches seared along her thigh and calf, bleeding sluggishly. She dragged in air, chest tight. "Thanks," she panted, pushing damp hair out of her face. Kellen shifted back a heartbeat later. He came upright with a rough inhale, hair plastered to his forehead, a shallow gash stripping his shoulder. Dirt and blood streaked his chest. He scanned the trees once more, then his gaze snapped to her. His eyes swept over her in a quick, half-instinctive check. Face, neck, the rise and fall of her chest, the bright scratches on her leg, the way she held her ribs. There was a wildness under his calm now, something raw from the fight and from seeing her pinned. She was bare. The shift had shredded her clothes, leaving her skin marked with mud and blood and rain. For a fraction of a second, his gaze caught on the curve of her hip, the line of her waist, the way the droplets slid down the length of her throat. Heat punched through his core so hard he almost swayed. He jerked his eyes upward immediately, jaw clenching, and stripped off what was left of his undershirt. In 2 strides he was in front of her, wrapping the fabric around her shoulders and pulling it closed. "Here," he said, voice rougher than before. "You're freezing." Liora clutched the shirt tight. It smelled like him, forest and smoke and storm, and was warm from his skin. Her cheeks burned from the fight, from the closeness, from the way she'd caught that flick of his gaze before he forced it away. She tried to stand. Pain shot through her leg, sharp and hot. Her knee buckled. Kellen's hands closed around her arms, steadying her. "You tore something," he said. "Don't." "I can walk," she said automatically. He lifted a brow. In this distance, it was impossible to pretend he couldn't see how her weight shifted away from her injured leg, how her jaw tightened with every move. "Maybe," he said, "but you don't need to." Before she could argue again, his arm slid under her knees, the other around her back, lifting her clean off the ground. The motion was so smooth, it stole the words from her mouth. She grabbed his shoulders on reflex, fingers digging into warm, solid muscle. Their faces were suddenly closer than they'd ever been, her breath brushing his jaw. "You're taking advantage of my injury," she muttered, heartbeat too loud. "I'm taking advantage of being stronger," he said. "That's what I'm for." He started walking. Her world narrowed to the steady sway of his stride, the rhythm of his breathing, the thump of his heart under her cheek. The forest moved around them, trees, ferns, a blur of green, but it felt distant. The real storm was under her skin. He smelled her too. Under the mud and blood and wet cedar, her scent wrapped around him. Sharp winter air, something faintly sweet he couldn't name, and that unique note that marked her as his wolf's match whether the world liked it or not. It woke up every instinct he'd trained himself to keep leashed. "She's promised to Beckett. You will not betray Gideon's trust. You will not." His radio crackled against his shoulder. "Alpha," his beta's voice came through. "We picked up the rogues circling the old road, then they scattered. You good?" "We're fine," Kellen answered, not breaking stride. "We had a scrape. We're heading to the tree house for the night." "Copy. Better stay put. More cells might be moving in the dark." Kellen clicked off and glanced down at Liora. "The shelters close," he said. 5 minutes. She nodded, fingers still knotted in his shirt. "All right." The treehouse way station appeared between the trees like something out of another life. A square cabin perched where 2 giant trunks grew close together, reached by a short ladder. Coastlight's crest, worn by weather, was carved into the supporting beam. Kellen set Liora down gently at the base of the ladder, one hand under her elbow as she climbed. At the top, he shouldered the door open. The inside was small and plain. A narrow bed against the far wall, a sturdy table, a dented kettle, a cast-iron stove in one corner, a hook for hanging wet clothes. It smelled of old smoke, leather, and faintly of sage. The door shut with a soft thud behind them, cutting out the worst of the rain. The sound of it on the roof now was a steady, comforting roar. Kellen moved automatically. He lit the lantern on the table, its warm yellow light pushing back the dimness. He knelt at the stove, stacking kindling, coaxing sparks until the small fire caught and began to breathe. The stove coughed once, then settled into a low, steady warmth. "Sit," he said, nodding toward the bed, "near the fire." Liora did, careful of her leg. She pulled his shirt tighter around herself, feeling weirdly small in this rough, practical space. The mark on her thigh throbbed. Her ribs protested when she shifted. Kellen took the kettle, filled it from a metal jug, and set it on the stove. Then he grabbed a tin box from the shelf, first aid supplies, and came back to kneel in front of her. "May I?" he asked, eyes flicking to her bandaged-with-nothing leg. She nodded, throat suddenly tight. He cleaned her scratches with a damp cloth that smelled faintly of herbs and alcohol. The touch stung, but his hands were steady and gentle, fingers sure. She watched his face while he worked, the small crease between his brows when she flinched, the way his jaw flexed when he saw deeper bruises blossoming under her skin. When he was done with her leg, his gaze caught on a thin smear of dried blood at the corner of her mouth, where a claw had grazed her earlier. "You missed a spot," he said quietly. He lifted his hand. His thumb brushed slowly along the corner of her mouth, following the line of her lower lip to make sure he'd wiped it away. The pad of his thumb was warm. The touch was careful, but it lingered half a heartbeat too long, tracing the soft shape there. The air changed. Leora's breath caught. Her pulse climbed so fast she could feel it in her throat. Up close, she could see the darker flecks in his brown eyes, the faint stubble along his jaw, the pale scar just at his temple. Kellen realized what he was doing a fraction later. He pulled his hand back, fingers curling briefly into a fist, as if restraining them by force. He cleared his throat and stood, turning to the stove just as the kettle began to mutter. He poured hot water into 2 metal mugs, added tea, and handed her the one that steamed the most. Then he sat on the floor near the stove, his back against the wall, long legs stretched out. There was room on the bed. He didn't take it. Instead, he nudged the stove a little so more of its heat radiated toward her. He did it without saying a word. Outside, the storm pounded on the roof. Inside, warmth slowly crept into the small space, gold light flickering over rough boards and the edge of the bed. For a while, they drank in silence. Kellen spoke first. "So," he said, gazing at the stove door, "you're marrying Beckett." Liora's mug paused halfway to her lips. "That's what the accords say." "He's a decent alpha," Kellen said. "Keeps his people fed, ambitious but not cruel. I met him once at a pack meeting." "You know him?" she asked. "Not really," he said. "Enough to know he likes to hear himself talk." His eyes shifted to hers, steady. "Enough to know you could do worse." She let out a short, humorless breath. "That's a very low bar." "You're allowed to want more than not cruel," he said softly. The words landed in her chest like a stone in water, sending rings out. She set her mug down on the little table. Her wolf pressed harder against her skin, restless in the small room, restless with the way he was looking at her, as if he wasn't just weighing her as a political piece, but as a person, as a woman. The space between them felt smaller than it was. "I smell you," she said, the truth slipping out before she could dress it up. Her voice dropped, as if the confession itself were something dangerous. Kellen went very still. He didn't pretend he didn't understand. His nostrils flared, almost imperceptibly, as if his wolf wanted proof one more time. "I smell you too," he said. The words came out rougher than he meant, gravel around the edges. Silence stretched. The storm outside faded into background noise. The stove's low crackle, their breathing, the soft tick of her watch, all of it layered together with the charged quiet in the room. He opened his mouth. She saw the moment he was going to say something about duty, about promises, about how they were not allowed this. Liora moved first. She crossed the short distance in 2 steps and sank down in front of him on her knees. Her hands came up to his jaw, fingertips tracing the edge of his beard, thumbs resting on his cheeks. His eyes widened slightly, pupils flaring. "Liora," he started. She kissed him. The first press of her mouth against his was almost clumsy, all pent-up fear and want, but heat raced through him so quickly his thoughts scattered. For a heartbeat he held still, trying to remember every reason he shouldn't do this. Then his self-control shattered along the same fault line as hers. His hands closed around her waist, tugging her closer. Her lips parted under his. He kissed her back, slow at first, as if he was afraid she'd bolt, then deeper when she didn't. The taste of her, salty from rain and copper from blood and something purely her, sank into him like a brand. The world shrank to the circle of his arms, and her body pressed against his. When they finally broke apart, both of them were breathing hard. "This," Kellen rested his forehead against hers, eyes shut. "We are not supposed to feel like this for each other." Her fingers curled in the fabric at his shoulders. "We can pretend we don't," she whispered, "but we do." He drew in a long breath, then gently eased her back. "One of us has to at least try to remember the rest of the world," he said. He pushed himself up, grabbed a spare pillow and blanket from the shelf, and dropped them on the wooden floor. "You take the bed. I'll sleep here." He lay down on his back, one arm draped over his eyes, as if blocking her out would make the pull disappear. It didn't. Liora sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the knot in the ceiling boards, listening to the storm and to the sound of him shifting slightly on the floor whenever he thought she wasn't paying attention. Minutes blurred. The heat from the stove made the room warmer, but it was nothing compared to the heat in her veins. Her wolf paced inside her, restless and demanding, keyed to the scent of him, to the memory of his mouth on hers. She lay down, staring at the wall, closed her eyes, opened them again. Sleep refused to come. At some point, the need became bigger than her fear. She slid off the bed quietly, the blanket slipping around her shoulders. The floor was cool under her bare feet. Kellen's breathing hitched the moment she came close. He pulled his arm away from his face and looked up at her. Moonlight leaked in through the small window, silvering the edge of his jaw, the line of his throat, the rise and fall of his chest. "I can't hold it anymore," she said, voice barely above the rain. He could have told her to go back to bed. He could have turned away. He didn't. He reached up, fingers curling around the back of her neck, and pulled her down into another kiss. This one wasn't careful. It was all the things they hadn't said and weren't allowed to want. Her hands slid over his shoulders, feeling the taut lines of muscle, the small shiver that ran through him when her fingers brushed the bare skin at the back of his neck. His palms traced the curve of her spine through his shirt, drawing her closer until there was no space left between them. Cloth shifted. Buttons slid loose under impatient fingers. The blanket fell somewhere. Neither of them cared where. The small cabin, with its rough walls and single bed, felt suddenly too small to hold the storm they had let loose. Kellen's mouth left hers, trailing down along her jaw to the hollow of her throat. Liora gasped softly, hands tightening on his shoulders, her head tipping back to give him more room without thinking about it. Every place his lips touched felt hotter, sharper, as if he was mapping out where she ended and he began. "Liora," he murmured against her skin, the word half plea, half warning. "No one will know," she whispered back, fingers splayed over his chest, feeling his heart racing under her palm. "Just stay, just tonight." He made a small, helpless sound. The last of his reasons tore away. He placed her on her palms and knees as he kissed her shoulder. His hands gripped her hips, anchoring himself. He pushed slowly, reverently at first. Gasps escaped Leora's mouth as he moved. They learned each other's bodies the way their wolves had learned each other's scents, by instinct, by need, by a pull that made everything else fade. At some point, when her breath hitched and her nails knotted in the bedsheets, when the whole world narrowed to a bright, trembling edge, his hands slid up to cradle her face and tip it toward him. Kellen's mouth found the hollow at the base of her throat, just above her collarbone, where her pulse fluttered wild against his lips. His teeth grazed her there in a light, instinctive claiming, a wolf's promise more than a bite. She arched into him with a soft cry, fingers digging into his shoulders. A sharp sting bloomed, followed by a rush of warmth that felt less like pain and more like a brand. The air in the room shifted. Liora gasped, not just from the sensation, but from the sudden awareness of something flaring to life deep inside her. Kellen froze, a low, unintentional growl vibrating against her skin as he realized what he'd done. Kellen froze the second he realized what he'd done. He pulled back instantly, breath ragged, eyes wild. The room swam in the low lantern light. His gaze dropped to the hollow of her throat. There, at her collarbone, a faint silver shimmer had bloomed under the marks, thin and clear, like moonlight caught beneath her skin. The moonmark. Leora's hand flew to the spot, fingers trembling. The skin there was warm, pulsing with the same furious rhythm as her heartbeat. The glow was soft but undeniable. "If anyone sees this," her voice shook, "if they find out." "High Hollow will say I stole you," Kellen said, forcing himself to breathe, to think. "Shadow Ridge will say you broke your promise. Coastlight gets dragged into the middle. Every elder on the coast will line up to use you as an example." He pushed away, running a hand through his hair as he started packing the tiny length of the room, completely unbothered by his own lack of clothing. The only thing that seemed to bother him was that mark. Panic surged up her spine, hot and cold at once. "I didn't ask you to mark me," she said, the words cracking. He stopped, turned back to her. His eyes were dark, raw. "Do you think I did it on purpose?" he asked, voice rough. "Do you think I stopped and weighed the politics and decided to put my teeth in your throat anyway?" He shot back. Then, softer, as his shoulders dropped a fraction, "I felt you, Liora, my wolf reached for yours, that's what we are, but I should have controlled it, I should have stopped." Her lips pressed together. She looked away, staring at the old knots in the wall, at the stove, anywhere but at him. He crossed back to the bed and sank to a crouch, bringing his face back into her line of sight whether she wanted it or not. His fingers were gentle but firm as they tipped her chin up. "My wolf recognized you," he said quietly. "I've been fighting it since the second I smelled you on that road. I should have held the line. I didn't. That's on me." His thumb brushed away a tear she hadn't realized had fallen. "I can marry you, Liora," he went on. The words were calm, but there was something in his eyes that hurt to look at. "If this ever comes out, if anyone sees that mark, I will stand in front of it. I'll claim you as my mate. No one will dare question Coastlight's Alpha." Her heart lurched. For a tiny, dizzy moment, she let herself imagine it, standing beside him at some other ceremony, not as a trade piece, but as something chosen. A life built on this small wooden room instead of on maps. Then the rest of the world came crashing back in, Gideon's expectations, Beckett's arrival, the accords, the elders' whispers, the fragile piece held together by her name on a promise. "I can't," she whispered. "I can't marry you. I have to do my duty, Kellen. If I don't, everything my father built could fall apart. High Hollow, Shadow Ridge, Winter Roots, it all hangs on this." Something in his face closed, not with anger, but with a tired kind of grief. "Duty," he said softly, as if tasting the word and finding it bitter. He let his hand fall from her cheek. "Right." He stood and moved away from the bed, leaning his shoulder against the wall near the door. The silver glow at her collarbone pulsed faintly in the low light, hidden mostly by her hair and the edge of the blanket. "We hide it," he said after a moment, more to the room than to her. "Bandage it, scar ointment, clothes that don't give the elders more to gossip about. No one sees that mark unless you choose to show it." "And if it keeps glowing?" she asked. "Then we pray everyone's too busy looking at your ring," he said. Neither of them slept. Liora lay back on the narrow bed, blanket pulled up to her shoulders, fingers resting over the hidden mark as if she could hold the light in with sheer will. Each time she closed her eyes, she felt his teeth again, the rush that had followed, the way her wolf had gone utterly quiet for one perfect second before the panic returned. Kellen sat on the floor near the door, knees drawn up, arms resting on them, head bowed. Every so often he'd look over at her, confirming she was still there, still breathing, that the silver under her skin hadn't somehow vanished and taken the last few hours with it. Outside, the storm slowly eased, the rain softened, the wind died down. Gray light began to creep around the shutters, the first hint of dawn. The night that should never have happened was over. The bond between them was not. Chapter 3, A Cracking Faith. Dawn bled in pale and quiet over Coastlight Forest, turning the fog a softer gray. The storm had broken in the night. Now only a fine mist hung between the trees, carrying the scent of wet bark and turned earth. The treehouse way station creaked as it settled, wood popping softly in the chill. Inside, the air was warmer than it had any right to be for such a small, rough room. Liora stood by the narrow bed, pulling her shirt over her head with careful movements. Her ribs twinged when she lifted her arms, a deep bruise blooming across her side from the rogue's hit. Her leg hurt less now. Kellen had cleaned the cuts again at sunrise, fingers gentle and businesslike, jaw tight the whole time. The watch on her wrist felt heavier this morning. Every tiny tick sounded too loud in the cramped space. The scarf lay coiled on the bed like a secret. It was a simple thing, dark blue wool, borrowed from one of the storage hooks by the door. Kellen had wordlessly wrapped it around her before they left the ladder. One loop, then another, the fabric pulled snug over the place at her collarbone where the skin still pulsed with faint, silvery warmth. "Keep it on," he'd said quietly, eyes not quite meeting hers. "The forest stares. Let it stare at that instead." Now, as she adjusted the shirt's collar and picked up the scarf again, the memory of his hands on her from the night before flashed hot and confusing behind her eyes. The way his mouth had found her skin. The way her wolf had gone absolutely still and certain for one bright, terrifying heartbeat when his teeth had grazed that spot. She shook the thought off like rain. Focus, moonflower, trail blessing. Keep your world in order. She wrapped the scarf around her throat and collarbone, fingers moving automatically, tying a knot that sat just a little off-center. The wool scratched faintly against the still tender skin, but it hid the faint thrum of light there, and that mattered more than comfort. Behind her, Kellen shrugged into his own shirt. In the first thin light coming through the small window, he looked different than he had in the storm, less carved from shadow, more human and annoyingly real. Broad shoulders filled out the gray thermal, the fabric stretched over a chest crisscrossed with a few old scars and the fresher lines from last night's fight. His hair was still damp from the quick wash he'd taken, pushed back with impatient fingers. Stubble darkened his jaw. His eyes, when they lifted to her, were tired but clear. He was a man who belonged to the land, built like it could fall on him, and he'd just dig his boots in deeper. And this morning, there was a new kind of distance in him. Not coldness exactly, guardedness. "Ribs?" he asked, voice low, "on a scale from fine to lying to your healer." "Somewhere in the middle," Liora answered. She smoothed the scarf, checked it again, as if the moonmark might somehow burn through fabric out of spite. "I can hike." Kellen's gaze dipped briefly to the knot at her throat, then away. A muscle ticked in his jaw. "I didn't ask if you could," he said. "I asked how much it's going to cost you." She huffed. "Walking is still free last I checked." He let that go with a soft exhale, stepped past her to reach for his jacket. For a second, when they passed close, his hand lifted as if to touch her arm, then stopped an inch short, fingers flexing in empty air. He dropped it, picked up his radio instead. "North to gate," he said, pressing the button. "We're heading in, any more rogue movement." Static crackled, then a ranger's voice came through. "Negative, Alpha, trails look clear. You've got a clean walk to the lodge." "Good," Kellen replied. "Open the south gate when the truck rolls in. You'll see us coming out of the trees." He clipped the radio back on. Liora swallowed down the sharp mix of gratitude and irritation that rose with every quiet, competent thing he did. It would be easier if he were careless. Or cruel. Something her anger could latch onto. Instead, he stepped to the door, his hand on the latch, and glanced back. "You ready?" he asked. Her fingers were already on the scarf knot. She made herself stop. "Yes," she said. "Let's go." The forest wore dawn well. They walked in companionable silence at first, boots squelching on damp earth, breath misting faintly. The air was cold enough to sting her nose, but the movement warmed her, loosening the stiffness in her leg. Kellen set a steady pace, never too fast, never slow enough to feel like pity. Each time they hit a steeper patch, he glanced back. Each time he did, Liora straightened her spine and kept her stride even. She could feel him even when she wasn't looking. His heat, his scent, the low hum of his wolf at the edge of her senses. It made the space between them feel smaller than it really was. At the creek, he took the bridge first. "Same rule as before," he said over his shoulder. "Step where I step." "I remember," she replied. She made it across without slipping this time, hands light on the rope. He noticed. His mouth did a small, quiet thing that might have been approval. By the time they reached the edge of Coastlight's territory, the fog had thinned. The land dropped away ahead of them, revealing a sweeping view of the coastline far below. Gray sea, white foam reaching for dark rocks, gulls wheeling lazy arcs. The lodge sat back from the cliff, a broad, low building of timber and stone that looked like it had grown there, not been built. A long porch ran along the front, lanterns strung above it, their glass still dark in the morning light. The Coastlight banner, blue and silver, fluttered lazily from a pole. As Kellen and Liora approached along the forest path, two guards at the gate straightened. Both wore ranger jackets, both immediately dipped their heads, scenting not just their Alpha but the unfamiliar high hollow wolf at his side. "Alpha," one greeted. "Morning," Kellen said. "We're expected. High Hollow's car should be here or close." The guard pushed the gate wide. Liora adjusted her scarf for the third time, fingers checking that it stayed high and tight. No silver, no glow, just wool. She could feel eyes on her, curious, weighing, not unfriendly but assessing. Coastlight wolves moved through the yard, some finishing night watch, others starting morning chores. The place buzzed with a subtle energy, like a beehive that never fully slept. Kellen's hand hovered once, near the small of her back as they stepped through the gate, as if to guide her. He didn't make contact. The absence of touch was its own kind of tension. The lodge doors opened before they reached them. A woman stepped out onto the porch, tall, with dark hair streaked in dignified gray, pulled back in a low twist. She wore a fitted cardigan over a simple blouse, dark trousers, no jewelry save a thin silver bracelet at one wrist. Her posture was straight without being rigid, her eyes the same deep brown as Kellen's but sharper at the edges, the way glass gets sharper when it's been tempered by fire. "Liora Vale," she said, coming down the steps with the sure grace of someone used to balancing many roles at once. "Welcome to Coastlight." "Mother," Kellen added, a faint note of warning threaded through the word that only someone watching closely would catch. Liora dipped her head politely. "Thank you for having us," she said. "You have a beautiful home." "We have a wet home," the woman replied, a hint of humor softening her features. "The beautiful part is still up for debate. I'm Mara North. You can call me Mara. Luna makes me feel older than I am." Her gaze moved over Liora in one quick, thorough pass. Hair, clothes, posture. It lingered a fraction longer on the line of the scarf, the way Liora's hand hovered near it as if by habit. "Rough night?" Mara asked lightly. "Rogues near the old road," Kellen answered, stepping half a pace closer to Liora in a way that looked casual and felt anything but. "We diverted to the way station." Mara's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Are you hurt?" she asked Liora directly. "Just scratches," Liora said. "Your son handled the rest." Mara's eyes flicked to Kellen, then back again. "I'm glad you're both standing," she said. "Gideon is inside. He's been packing grooves into my floor since sunrise." "He does that," Liora murmured. Mara's mouth quirked, as if that confirmed something for her. The Coastlight Lodge buzzed with quiet purpose. Inside, the main hall was all wood and windows, long tables pushed together, maps pinned on walls, the smell of coffee and wet wool in salt air. Liora spotted Gideon almost immediately, standing near a window, arms folded, speaking low with a few Coastlight elders. When he saw her and Kellen, something in his shoulders loosened. "There they are," he said, crossing the room in a few strides. For a moment, Liora saw only the father, not the Alpha. The way his gaze skimmed over her face, checking for hurt, the brief softening of his eyes. "You're late," he said. "We had to take the scenic route," she replied. He pulled her into a quick, hard embrace, his hand careful around her ribs. For a heartbeat, she let herself sink into it. Then he let go, turning to Kellen, back in Alpha mode. "Thank you," Gideon said. He extended his hand. Kellen took it. "We watch the same line of forest," he said. "If it's rough on one side, it's rough on the other." "We have everything for the blessing?" Gideon asked. Kellen nodded toward the back door. "Our rangers kept the trail clear. The moonflowers are still blooming along the ravine. I'll take you to them. It won't take long." They stepped out again, this time as a small group. Kellen, Liora, Gideon, and 2 Coastlight wolves for escort. The path wound through thick trees, the air turning cooler as they descended toward a narrow ravine where the creek ran softer. The moonflowers grew along the edges of a mossy slope, delicate white blooms with silver thread veins, their petals half open in the morning light. They looked like ordinary wildflowers until the sun hit them just right. Then they seemed to drink the light and give it back in a faint shimmer. Liora crouched, careful of her leg, and brushed her fingers along one stem. The petals were cool, almost cold, and left a tingling echo on her fingertips. "For safe passes," she murmured, echoing the old blessing. She chose one bloom with a steady hand, pinched the stem, and lifted it. As she did, the wind shifted, bringing the scent of sea and cedar and Kellen's wolf all at once. She didn't look at him. When she stood, Gideon placed a hand on her shoulder, eyes on the flower. "The moon favors those who walk their path," he said, quoting an old High Hollow saying. "We do the trail blessing, and then everything else falls in line." Liora wasn't sure that was true anymore, but she nodded. The walk back to the lodge felt shorter. At the gate, coastlight wolves gathered to see them off. Mara stood slightly apart, arms folded, sharp eyes taking in everything. Gideon shook Kellen's hand again. "You have my thanks," he said, "for last night for this." "Keep your roads clear," Kellen replied. "And send word if rogue activity spikes on your side. Forest doesn't care about our borders." Then he turned to Liora. He didn't reach for her, didn't step too close. But the intensity in his eyes when they met hers made the rest of the yard dissolve for a heartbeat. "Take care of yourself," he said. The words were simple. They didn't sound simple. "I will," she answered. Anything more might crack something open. Her hand, traitor that it was, drifted once more to the scarf at her throat. Mara's gaze caught the motion. Liora saw the older woman's eyes sharpen, taking in the gesture, the way Kellen's focus tracked the movement before he forced it away. Gideon ushered Liora toward the car. The door shut with a solid thump. The engine turned over, the vehicle rolling away down the gravel drive. Liora watched Kellen in the side mirror until the fog swallowed him. Mara did not wait long. The moment the sound of the car faded, the lodge yard began to empty as wolves returned to their tasks. Kellen stood for a second longer, staring in the direction the car had gone, jaw set. "Inside," Mara said. It wasn't a request. He followed her into a smaller side room off the main hall. It was lined with shelves, old records, jars of herbs, a few family photos, a map with thumbtacks marking storms and patrol routes. She shut the door behind them, then turned. "You will not lie to me," she said, voice calm and hard. Kellen raised a brow. "I wasn't planning to." "Good," Mara replied. "Then we can skip that part. Start with this instead." She pointed at her own throat. "Why did that girl arrive without a scarf and leave with one glued to her neck as if her life depended on it?" "Maybe she likes wearing scarves," Kellen said. Mara's eyes narrowed. "Try again." He held her gaze as long as he could. It wasn't long. Guilt didn't like being looked at directly. "What have you done?" she asked, each word precise. "Tell me the truth, Kellen." His shoulders dropped a fraction. "I mated with her," he said. The air in the little room changed. Mara stared at him for one heartbeat, two. Then her hand came up and struck his cheek in a sharp, open-palmed slap. He didn't flinch. The red bloom on his skin seemed almost deserved. "How dare you?" she said, anger cracking through the calm at last. "How dare you do that, knowing who she is, knowing what her presence here means?" "I know," he said, jaw tight. "I know what it looks like." "It looks," Mara shot back, "like you not only mated with a pledged Luna but also claimed her. Didn't you?" The silence in the room answered before he did. "Yes," he said. Disappointment washed over her features, deeper than anger. "I never expected this from you," she said. "Your father risked his life to keep this coast from bleeding itself dry over egos and oaths. And you," she stopped herself, exhaled sharply. "If High Hollow learns of this, if Shadow Ridge learns, do you understand what the consequences will be?" "I do," Kellen said. "I thought of every one of them on that floor all night." "Yet you still did it," she said. "I smelled her," he answered, the confession rough. "My wolf knew her before my head caught up. I've never felt anything like that. I thought I could hold the line. I failed." "That doesn't justify any of it," Mara said. "I know," he repeated. She looked at him for a long, heavy moment, eyes searching his face, as if trying to see the boy who used to climb her kitchen counters for sugar. Then she shook her head. "You will fix what you can," she said, "and you will not make this worse. If the moon has decided to amuse herself with you, that's between you and her. But you will not drag this pack into ruin over a marking done in the dark." She turned and left the room before he could answer. Kellen stood alone for a while, hand pressed to the faint sting on his cheek, the ghost of Leora's scent still in the room. High Hollow greeted their return with noise and relief. By the time the car pulled into the stone drive, word had already spread that Alpha Gideon and Liora were back from Coastlight with the Moonflower. Wolves lined the entrance, dipping their heads as the two stepped out. Liora kept the flower cupped in one hand, its white petals trembling slightly in the cooler mountain air. Her other hand drifted, again and again, to the scarf wrapped around her throat, fingers checking its knot as if it might suddenly unravel on its own. Kira saw it. She stood a little back from the front cluster, arms folded, dark hair braided over one shoulder. Her gaze flicked from the flower to the scarf, lingered there, then slid away when Leora's eyes caught hers. Avoidance where curiosity used to be. Rhea bustled forward, relief plain on her face. "You look exhausted," she said. "Come inside, we'll get you warm. The elders are already buzzing like bees in a jar." Of course they were. Within an hour, the council had assembled. Elder Thorne, all white hair and sharp eyes, tapped the table with 2 fingers to call the room to quiet. "The moonflower did not wilt on the road," he said approvingly as Liora laid it gently on the altar stone in the council chamber. "A good sign." He turned to the others. "The ritual should be done tonight, before doubt and gossip can sour the air." Gideon's hand slid into his pocket, fingers closing around the small, smooth weight of the oath glass he carried, a shard of old moon-blessed crystal, cracked but still clear. He touched it each time Liora spoke, as if it anchored him. "We're ready," Liora said. Her voice didn't shake. That felt like its own small miracle. Beckett Hale arrived in the late afternoon. He came through the main doors without fanfare, dressed in a dark coat and blazer despite the travel, damp earth on his boots, hair combed back. Liora watched from the hallway above as he greeted the house not by calling for her, but by seeking out Rhea first. "Rhea," he said, inclining his head, "thank you for receiving my men earlier." "Someone has to keep these wolves fed," Rhea answered wryly. "Come, they're in council." It was a small thing, starting with the caretaker, not the bride, but it lodged in Leora's mind as she watched him step into the meeting room. She was already at the long table when he entered, sleeves rolled up, hair pulled into a low knot. Ledger open in front of her. Rhea slid a page toward her, finger tapping a list of supply numbers. "Look at this," Rhea murmured. "Deliveries from East Ridge, they're late, twice in a row now." Liora frowned. They never used to miss winter shipments. Her scarf felt too warm. She resisted the urge to tug at it. "Tonight," she said aloud, to the room, to the elders, to herself, "we take blessings from the moon goddess. The trail blessing must be done before the first real snow. After that, we can lean on the accords as they were written." Beckett, standing at the threshold, watched her as she spoke. How her voice stayed steady, how she listened to Rhea and the elders, how she kept one hand on the ledger even as she spoke of ritual. He looked impressed again. It showed in the slight softening of his mouth, the way his gaze warmed. "When you're finished scolding the suppliers," he said lightly as the meeting adjourned, "I'd like a word." "Wait your turn," Gideon muttered under his breath, but there was less steel in it than there might have been yesterday. Later, in her room, Liora stood before the mirror, back to the door, trying to fasten the small hook at the top of her ceremonial dress. It was a simple high hollow gown, soft cream fabric that fell cleanly to her ankles, sleeves fitted, neckline modest. The back, however, dipped lower than her usual clothes, leaving a length of bare skin exposed from shoulders to mid-back. Her fingers struggled with the zipper, ribs aching when she twisted. She'd taken the scarf off to change. The room felt too big without it. The silver mark at her collarbone glowed faintly in the lamplight, a thin thread of light like frost. She dabbed salve on it every few hours, muttering prayers that it would fade. It hadn't. The door opened without a knock. Beckett stepped in, then froze. For a heartbeat, he saw everything. The line of her spine, the bare skin of her back, the tilt of her head as she tried to reach the zipper. The lamplight painted warm gold along her shoulders. "You should knock," she snapped, spinning, one hand flying automatically to her scarf, only to remember it lay on the bed. Beckett lifted both hands in surrender and actually took a step back. "You're right," he said. He backed out into the hall, closed the door, paused, then knocked. "Come in," she called, a little less sharp. He entered again, this time pointedly keeping his gaze at eye level until she turned, presenting her back. "The dress is a two-person job," he said, moving closer. "May I?" She hesitated, then nodded once. "Fine, just the zipper." His hands were warm where they brushed her spine, fingers very careful as they caught the zipper pull and drew it up. His knuckles grazed her skin, sending an involuntary shiver up her back. "Sorry," he murmured. "My hands are cold." Liora didn't reply. When he finished, she stepped away to the dressing table, reaching for the scarf with almost frantic hands. She wrapped it around her throat, twice, knotting it tight. Beckett watched. "You've taken a liking to that thing," he observed. "It's cold," she lied. He didn't push. "I'll see you by the altar," he said instead, and left her to her mirror and her secrets. No matter how much medicine she dabbed on the mark under the wool, the glow didn't fade. It pulsed faintly with her heartbeat, stubborn as her. The ritual began under a clear sky. The pack gathered in the stone-ringed clearing above High Hollow, the cliff dropping away behind the altar so the moon, when she rose, would see them without trees in the way. Torches ringed the space, their flames steady in the still air. Liora sat in the center on a low stool, the moonflower cupped in her hands, its petals luminescent in the dim. Beckett sat on her right, dressed in Shadow Ridge formal black, Gideon on her left in High Hollow gray. Rhea and Kira stood just behind them, close enough that Liora could feel their presence like anchors. Elder Thorne stepped forward, staff tapping twice on the stone. "Tonight," he intoned, "we ask for safe passes, for clear trails, for storms that bend, not break. We offer the moon what is hers, and we walk the paths she lights without stumbling." Ritual words, old and familiar. But tonight, each syllable felt like it weighed a little more. Liora bowed her head as Thorne poured clean water from a clay jug into a shallow bowl on the altar. Beckett added a pinch of salt. Gideon added a strip of dried cedar bark, its scent rising sharp and clean. "Moon above, earth below," Thorne said, lifting his hands. "We bring you water and salt and wood and bloom. Keep our packs from hunger and storm and needless bloodshed. We give what we can, you give what you will." On cue, Liora stood. She stepped forward, knees steady despite the ache, and laid the moonflower carefully into the bowl. The petals floated, glowing faintly, soaking up water. She closed her eyes. For a second, the noise of the pack, the shifting feet, the low murmurs, fell away. All she felt was the cool night air on her cheeks, the weight of the scarf on her throat, and the thrum of the mark beneath it. "If this is a curse," she thought, "make it quick. If it's a blessing, help me survive it." A breeze stirred, gentle but clear. Torches flickered, then steadied. The surface of the water shivered as if something had skimmed it. Thorne smiled, the expression small but genuine. "She hears," he said softly. Together they lifted the bowl, Leora's hands under Thorne's, Beckett's and Gideon's fingers touching the rim. They held it toward the sky, toward the first clear edge of the moon cresting the trees. "For safe passes," they said together. The pack bowed their heads. An answering murmur rose, voices layered over one another. Old words turned into a low, rolling sound that wrapped around Leora's heart tighter than any scarf. The ritual ended the way such things always did, with shared breath, the passing of the bowl so each wolf might touch the water to their forehead. A few elders lingering to gossip, while the younger wolves slipped away in clusters, laughter picking back up now that the serious part was over. One by one, the torches were extinguished. The moon climbed higher. The pack drifted back to the mansion, to their houses, to their beds. Liora stayed a little longer, watching the last of the coals dim. Kira found her in the side corridor later, just outside Leora's room, where the night was quiet except for the distant murmur of wolves and the ticking of the hall clock. "Can we talk?" Kira asked. Liora tensed. "It's late." "Exactly," Kira said. "No one will overhear." She stepped in closer, blocking Leora's path. Her eyes went to the scarf again, tracing the line of it with a frown. "You haven't taken that off since you came back from Coastlight," she said. "Not once. Not even at the ritual. You nearly leaned into the fire to keep it on. It's cold, Liora said. The lie felt flimsy even as it left her mouth. Kira gave her a look. We're wolves. We run in snow. Don't insult me. Leora's fingers flew, as they always did, to the knot at her throat. Kira's gaze followed the motion hungrily now, not avoiding it. Show me, Kira said. No, Liora snapped, then softer, it's nothing. Kira's jaw clenched. Liora, I have stood beside you in council since we were 14. I have lied for you about sneaking out. I have watched you pretend this wedding is fine when we both know it is. Her eyes glinted in the low light. I'm not blind. Something happened in Coastlight. Either you show me, or I go to your father and tell him his daughter came back from another Alpha's land wrapped like she's hiding a wound. Silence stretched between them, tight as a drawn bow. Leora's breath came shallow. Slowly, with hands that shook more than she wanted them to, she reached up and untied the scarf. The wool unwound, falling away from her throat. Kira's eyes widened as the mark at Leora's collarbone came into view, a thin crescent of healed skin, glowing faintly silver in the dim hall like frost catching moonlight. Her mouth parted. Oh, moon. Liora swallowed. The urge to grab the scarf and wrap it back on was almost physical. You were marked, Kira whispered, before your marriage. It wasn't, Liora started, then stopped. There was no version of that sentence that made sense. Kira's expression shifted from shock to something sharper. Kellen, she said. It was him, wasn't it? You've always been fascinated by him, since we were kids. You wouldn't shut up after that visit to Coastlight. Kellen said this, Kellen showed me that. It's not about fascination, Liora shot back, stung. It wasn't a crush from some story scroll, Kira. I smelled him and I. And you couldn't control yourself, Kira cut in, accusation edged and bright. Is that it? Leora's voice faltered. It wasn't like that, she said. It was more. It was wrong and it was more, and I don't know how to explain it without sounding like every foolish girl we've ever rolled our eyes at. Kira stared at the mark, then at Leora's face, then back again. Conflict flickered there, anger, betrayal, fear, and something like reluctant understanding. The pack will never forgive you if they find out, Kira said. They'll call it treachery. They'll say you cursed us all. Leora's hand crept up, hovering just above the glowing skin. I know, she whispered. You don't have to tell me how bad this is. I was there when it happened. Kira inhaled slowly, then let it out through her teeth. I can go and tell everyone right now, she said. I should. That's what loyalty to the pack would look like. Liora looked at her, really looked. At the girl who'd shared her blankets on cold training nights, who'd patched her up after falls, who'd shoved bread into her hands after long councils. If you're going to, Liora said, voice small but steady, then do it. Don't make me beg. Kira's throat worked. I won't, she said finally. Liora blinked. You won't tell. I won't go running to the elders, Kira clarified. Not tonight, not like this. They'll tear you apart to make themselves feel safer. Her gaze hardened. But don't mistake my silence for approval. You have started a fire you can't control. Liora nodded, shame and relief mixing into something heavy. I know. Kira glanced down the hall, then back. We'll keep it covered. We'll find better salves, tinted oils, whatever it takes to make that thing look like a scar from a fight, not a claim. The words landed like a lifeline. Why? Liora asked. Why help me? Kira's jaw tightened. Because I love this pack, she said. And if they lose you now with all these accords hanging by your name, it's not just your heart that breaks, it's all of us. She plucked the scarf from Leora's hand, wrapped it back around her neck, fingers brisk but careful. There, she said, for tonight. Tomorrow we start pretending this never happened. Liora swallowed hard, eyes burning. Faith, she realized, wasn't just something she had in the moon or in the rituals. It was something everyone else had in her. And tonight, that faith had cracked, not shattered, not yet, but splintered along lines that were going to be very hard to seal. Thank you, she said, the words barely audible. Don't thank me, Kira replied. Just don't make me regret it. She turned and walked away down the corridor, braids swinging. Liora stood alone in the half-dark, fingers pressed to the scarf-wrapped mark, feeling the faint, stubborn pulse of silver beneath the wool, and the weight of a future that had just shifted, even if no one else knew it yet. Chapter 4, Party with the Future Mate. Morning came too fast. Light seeped around the edges of Liora's curtains, a pale line that cut across the stone wall and crept toward the bed. Her eyes opened before the sun fully cleared the ridge. For a few seconds she lay still, staring at the ceiling beams, listening to the soft sounds of the house waking, someone in the kitchen banging a pot, a door closing down the hall, distant voices in the courtyard. Then the ache in her shoulder reminded her of the night before. She exhaled and lifted a hand, fingers going straight to the scarf at her throat before she even pushed the blanket back. The wool was warm from sleep, the knot slightly crooked under her fingers. She sat up slowly, ribs complaining, and slid off the bed, bare feet touching the cool floor. The mirror by the wardrobe waited for her. She avoided it for a breath, then stepped closer. Pulling the scarf down just a little, she exposed the edge of her collarbone. Even in the dim morning light, she saw it, the thin curve of skin where Kellen's teeth had broken her, healed now, but carrying a faint, silver sheen just under the surface. It wasn't a sharp glow, more like a line of frost catching light no one else could see. The night in the treehouse came back in sharp pieces, his hands on her skin, his mouth at her throat, the sudden surge of heat and certainty when his wolf recognized hers, the pain and the rush that came with the mark. Liora's stomach went heavy. She tugged the scarf back up, covering it, and looked away from the mirror. A soft knock came at the door. "Come in," she called. Rhea slipped inside carrying a tray, tea, bread, a small dish of berries. Her brown hair was pulled back in its usual loose knot, apron already smudged. "You're up," she said, setting the tray on the chest at the foot of the bed. "I thought I'd have to drag you." "I couldn't sleep," Liora said. Her voice sounded flat even to her. "That's new," Rhea muttered, but she didn't press. "Eat something. Your father wants you at the table. We have a visitor." "A visitor?" Liora frowned. "This early?" "You'll see." Rhea brushed a crease out of Liora's blanket with her palm, then gave her a quick, searching look, eyes lingering for a moment on the scarf. "Don't take too long." When Rhea left, Liora dressed quickly, soft black leggings, a long gray sweater, boots. She kept the scarf on, tying the knot tighter. The watch on her wrist caught the light as she adjusted the fabric. Her mother's watch. Her mother's voice drifted through her mind for half a heartbeat, not the flag to what's true, not what's easy. She shut that down too, and headed for the dining room. The long table was already half full when she walked in. Gideon sat at the head, a mug of coffee in his hand, thick brows drawn as he studied a folded letter. Kira leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, her own plate untouched. Rhea moved between sideboard and table, refilling cups, setting down platters. A young man in Shadow Ridge colors, dark blue tunic, silver piping at the sleeves, stood near the door, cap in his hands, eyes lowered in proper respect. Liora recognized the emblem stitched over his heart, Beckett's crest. Gideon looked up as she entered. His gaze swept over her face, then dropped briefly to the scarf. As always, he said nothing about it. "Sit," he said instead, nodding toward the chair on his right. Liora slid into her seat, the wood cool under her palms. She reached for a piece of bread, mostly to have something to do with her hands. "This is Tavan," Gideon said, jerking his chin toward the Shadow Ridge messenger. "He brought a note from Beckett." Tavan stepped forward and bowed slightly to Liora. "Future Luna," he said quietly. The words scraped across her nerves. Gideon unfolded the letter again and read. His voice was steady, neutral, carrying easily to every corner of the room. "Alpha Gideon," he began, "I would like to host a small gathering at Shadow Ridge to welcome Liora to my pack circle. I ask your permission to bring her here as my guest and future Luna. Beckett Hale." The room fell quiet. Liora stared at the table for a beat, tracing the grain in the wood with her eyes. The word guest sat in her chest like a stone. So did future Luna. Gideon folded the note back up, and set it beside his plate. "Beckett wants to introduce you to his people," he said. "It's a sign of respect." Liora lifted her gaze to him. "Do I have a choice?" she asked. He didn't hesitate. "You have a duty." The words were short, heavy, final. Her fingers tightened around the slice of bread until it crumbled slightly. "Of course," she said quietly. Rhea, hovering by the sideboard, tried to soften the air. "It's not bad that he wants to show you off with pride," she offered. "Some alphas keep their mates in the back row like decoration. He's doing the opposite." Kira's eyes flicked from Leora's face to the scarf and back. "At least you'll see what you're walking into," she said. Her tone was not cruel, but it wasn't gentle either. Liora forced down a bite of bread that tasted like dust. Kira appeared in Leora's doorway an hour later, arms full of fabric. "Your father wants you ready in 30, she said, kicking the door shut behind her. "Shadow Ridge doesn't wait." Liora sat on the edge of the bed, hair still damp from a quick wash, staring at her open wardrobe. "I was thinking the gray dress," she said. Kira snorted. "You're not going to a funeral. You're going to a pack party full of alphas who like to flash their teeth and their money." She dropped the clothes she was carrying onto the bed. "Wear this." It was a dark-fitted dress, simple but cut well, that came to mid-thigh, with long sleeves and a square neckline that showed a hint of collarbone but not too much. Alongside it, Kira had brought black tights and a pair of clean ankle boots with a small heel. Liora frowned at the dress. "Shadow Ridge likes to look rich," Kira said. "You should look like you belong there." "I'm not a ring he's showing off," Liora muttered. Kira's expression softened for the first time that morning. She sat down beside her. "You're more than that, Liora," she said quietly. "That's why this matters." Liora inhaled slowly and nodded. "Fine, help me with the zipper." Kira stepped back while Liora changed, turning her back politely. When the dress was on, Kira came forward and pulled the zipper up with careful fingers, smoothing the fabric over her friend's waist. "You look like you could walk into any council hall and own it," she said. "Great," Liora said. "Maybe I can distract them with policy talk." "Don't threaten them like that on the first night," Kira said dryly. Liora reached for the scarf on the bed. Kira caught her wrist. "Wait." She crossed to the small chest by the wall, opened the top drawer, and took out a small pot of tinted salve. "Sit," she ordered. Liora sank back onto the bed. Kira gently tugged the scarf aside. The mark glimmered faint and silver, like a secret ember under skin. Kira's jaw clenched, but she didn't comment. She dipped 2 fingers in the salve and dabbed it carefully over the skin. "This helps dull the shine," she said. "At least under lamplight. It still shines if the moon catches it, so keep the scarf on." "Moon forbid the moon sees what she did," Liora muttered. Kira huffed. "Don't joke like that." She finished blending the tint, then nodded, satisfied. "All right, cover it." Liora wrapped the scarf around her neck and collarbone, looping it twice. She tied the knot tight, her fingers moving a little too fast. "If I pull it off, everything comes out," she thought. She grabbed her watch from the nightstand and buckled it onto her wrist. The familiar weight steadied her, a small anchor in a morning that felt like it was sliding out from under her feet. "Ready?" Kira asked. "No," Liora said, "but let's go." The drive to Shadow Ridge took them down out of the dense, dripping green of High Hollow and into a different world. Wyoming's sky opened wide, a huge, pale bowl overhead. The trees thinned to leaner pines and dry brush. Rock outcroppings showed their bones, streaks of red and gray. The road wound along the slope, dust kicking up behind the car when the tires hit loose gravel. Gideon sat on Leora's right in the back seat, arms folded, gaze on the land. Rhea was in the front, watching the road with the driver, chiming in now and then about turns and markers. "You'll be civil," Gideon said after a long silence. "Beckett has not given us reason to complain. He keeps his borders clean. He sends what he promised on time. That's more than some alphas do." "I know," Liora said, eyes on the passing hills. "He's trying." "Trying means something," Gideon replied. "Trying doesn't change anything," she said under her breath. He glanced at her. What was that? Nothing, she said. Just talking to myself. He frowned but let it go. As they climbed the last curve, the Shadow Ridge mansion came into view. It sat on a rise above the valley, big and modern, all glass fronts and stone pillars, sharp lines softened by warm golden light pouring from the windows. The Shadow Ridge wolf sigil, silver on dark blue, hung from a tall flagpole near the gate, snapping in the wind. Pack members filled the courtyard. Some laughed near a set of long fire pits where meat was roasting. Others clustered near the entrance, glasses in hand, music from inside drifting out, a low, driving beat. The car rolled to a stop at the base of the steps. Before any servant could rush out, the front doors opened and Beckett himself walked down. He had taken off his formal coat, leaving him in a dark shirt and black trousers. The sleeves were rolled once at his forearms, showing strong wrists and a simple leather band. His dark hair was neatly pushed back, a few strands already escaping with the wind. His posture was relaxed, but the way his pack parted for him made it clear who was in charge. The corners of his mouth lifted when he saw them. "You made it," he said as the driver opened Gideon's door. Gideon stepped out first. They clasped forearms in greeting, firm, equal. "Your messenger was persuasive," Gideon said. "He's useless at cards but good at running," Beckett replied, then turned to the other side of the car. Liora stepped out, smoothing her dress with one hand, fingers brushing the hem of her scarf with the other. The air smelled of smoke, cooked meat, and Shadow Ridge wolves, earthy, spicy, sharp. Beckett took in her appearance in one quick sweep, eyes warm rather than hungry. Then he reached for her hand. "You made it," he repeated. "I was starting to think your mountains had locked you in." Liora placed her hand in his. His grip was steady, warm, respectful. "They let me go for tonight," she said. "Then I should make sure the trip is worth the trouble," he replied. He lifted her hand half an inch as if he might kiss her knuckles, then seemed to think better of it with Gideon standing right there, and simply released her instead. "Come," he said, motioning toward the doors. "My people are eager to meet the reason I suddenly care about flower arrangements." Liora managed a small smile. "I'm sure they were all very worried about your taste." He chuckled. "They've been worried about my taste for years. You might actually calm them down." Inside, the Shadow Ridge Lodge felt like a different world than High Hollow. The main hall was open and bright, high ceiling framed by dark beams, chandeliers casting warm light. One wall was almost all glass, looking out over the valley, the reflection of the party glowing back at them. Long tables held platters of food, roast meats, bread, bowls of roasted vegetables, cheese, fruit. Music played from speakers in the corners, a steady beat that made the floor thrum faintly under Liora's boots. Beckett led them through the crowd, one hand held out slightly as if to clear her path, but never actually touching her unless it was to introduce her. People dipped their heads to Gideon, but their eyes were on Liora. Beckett stopped near a small cluster of wolves. "This is Luca's," he said, nodding to a tall man with dark curls and a wide grin. "He thinks he's my conscience." Lucas snorted. "So this is the woman who's going to keep you in line," he said, offering Liora his hand. "I didn't say that," Beckett cut in. "Everyone else did," Lucas replied. "Liora, nice to finally meet you. We were starting to think you were a myth." "Sorry to disappoint you," Liora said, shaking his hand. "I'm unfortunately very real." "Good," Lucas said. "Real is more fun at parties." Beckett gestured to a woman on Lucas's left. "This is Mara," he said. "Third in command. She keeps our numbers from embarrassing us." Mara was in her 30s, sharp-eyed, with a neat braid and a tablet in her hand. She smiled, small but genuine. "We've heard you're strong in council," she said to Liora. "That's good. Beckett needs someone who can argue." Liora lifted her chin a little. "I know how to speak when it matters," she said. "Then you'll fit in," Mara replied. "We argue a lot." Someone else stepped forward then, a man with the same dark hair as Beckett but eyes a shade lighter, dressed in a navy shirt with the top buttons undone. His smile was lazy, his gaze less respectful than the others. And this, Beckett said, is my cousin Cashin. Cashin took Leora's hand before she could decide whether to offer it. His grip lingered just a fraction too long. His eyes dropped, taking in the line of her dress, the slope of her waist, the scarf at her throat. So this is the famous Liora veil, he said. I see my cousin did well for himself. Heat crawled up Leora's neck. She pulled her hand back the moment she felt that look, wiping her palms subtly against her dress. Cashin, Beckett said, his tone lighter but with a warning under it, is better when his mouth is busy with a drink. Cashin laughed. Relax, I'm being friendly. You have a strange definition of that, Liora said, keeping her voice even. Lucas snorted. Mara hid a smile behind her glass. Beckett caught Leora's eyes for a moment, a silent apology there. Then he shifted, putting a bit more of himself between her and his cousin. Come on, he said, before Lucas tries to recruit you for his card games. Let me get you a drink before he ruins you. Ruin her, Lucas protested. I barely cheat anymore. Beckett guided Liora toward one of the drink tables. The pack parted for them, some watching with open curiosity, others with guarded interest. She felt eyes on her scarf, on the way her hand kept returning to it. What do you usually drink at your feasts? Beckett asked, scanning the options laid out. Wine, beer, juice. Red wine, she said. If I don't have to speak after, water if I do. You always speak, he asked, glancing at her as he poured. When my father lets me, she answered. He handed her a glass of red wine and a smaller glass of water. Take both, he said. You don't have to carry the same rules here. If I hate it, I'll pretend I never tried, he added, half smiling. She tasted the wine. It was smoother than what High Hollow usually set out on long tables with a deeper flavor. It's fine, she said. Thank you. He picked up his own drink and clinked it lightly against hers. To not hatting things we don't know yet, he said. Her lips twitched. That's a long toast. I talk too much when I'm nervous, he said. You're nervous? She asked, genuinely surprised. He shrugged, rolling the glass between his palms. It's not every day I bring someone home and tell my entire pack. This one matters. His gaze flicked to her scarf, then back to her face. And you could decide you hate all of this by the time dessert comes. That would be dramatic, she said. Wolves love drama, he replied. I'm trying to aim for something quieter. Music picked up, someone laughing near the arm-wrestling table as a huge wolf slammed another's hand to the wood. People called out bets. A few couples had cleared space near the center and started dancing, movements smooth and easy. Lucas's voice cut through the noise from across the room. Dance with your Luna, Hale. Don't be boring. Some of the others picked up the chant in a teasing way. Dance, dance. Beckett sighed, but there was amusement in it. He set his glass down and turned to Liora, hand open between them. It's just a dance, he said quietly. Say no if you don't want to. She looked at his hand for a long second. Her wolf lay strangely still under her skin, watching. Images of Kellen's hands, Kellen's mouth, flickered across her mind. She pushed them away. It's a party, she said. I can dance. She set her glass aside and placed her hand in his. The dance was slow, simple. Beckett wasn't an expert, but he was solid and steady, leading without tugging. His hand rested on her waist, palm warm through the fabric of her dress. Her other hand settled on his shoulder, feeling the strength there and the slight tension that said he was not as relaxed as he pretended. They moved in a small circle, the rest of the pack forming a loose ring around the dancers. Stronger scents of perfume, cologne, and wolf mixed with the smoke from the fire pits outside. The hall felt warmer now, bodies heating the air. As they turned, Liora felt the scarf slide a little against her neck. One end loosened and dipped, exposing a fraction more skin. Her stomach dropped. She reached up quickly with her free hand and gripped the fabric near her throat. Beckett's eyes followed the movement. He lowered his head slightly, voice dropping so only she could hear. You can take it off if you're warm, he said. No one here will stare. Her laugh came out too fast. It's a high hollow habit, she said. I feel odd without it. He studied her for a brief moment, something knowing in his gaze, but he didn't push. Then keep it, he said. I'm not trying to strip you of your habits on the first visit. Appreciated, she said. They danced through another song. Liora kept her hand clamped on the scarf whenever the room felt too hot, letting go only when the music slowed and a small breeze from the open balcony doors cut through. When the song ended, Beckett stepped back politely, letting her go first. The room seemed suddenly too tight, too loud. Need air? He asked, reading her expression easily. Yes, she admitted. Come on, he said. There's a balcony that gets a bit of wind and less gossip. The balcony overlooked the Shadow Ridge Valley, dark hills rolling out under the night sky, scattered lights marking pack houses and outposts. The music and noise from inside were muted out here, a background hum. Beckett leaned his elbows on the railing, leaving a full arm's length between them. He didn't crowd her or try to turn it into some dramatic moment. He just looked out over his land as if he belonged to it, and it belonged to him. You okay? He asked after a minute. These parties can be a lot. Liora pressed her hands to the cool stone. It's loud, she said, and everyone keeps looking at me like I'm already here. You are here, he said, if I have anything to say about it. That's the part I'm still catching up with, she replied. He smiled a little. Honest answer, that's good. Silence stretched, not heavy, just present. The air was cooler out here. The scarf didn't feel like a choking rope for once. I don't want a Luna who just sits beside me like a statue, Beckett said quietly, eyes still on the valley. Pretty, silent, nodding at the right times. That's what most packs expect, Liora said. I watched my parents, he went on. They fought, a lot, about real things, trade, routes, how to handle rebels. But at the end of the night, they always ended up at the same table, sharing the same plate. I want that, not at once, not forced, but someday. Liora stared at her hands. The words hit something soft and sore inside her. He turned his head slightly, studying her profile. If you ever hate something here, he said, I want you to tell me, not smile and lie because you think it keeps the peace. I don't know how to be what you want yet, she admitted. I'm not asking you to be anything I want, he said. I'm asking you to give this life a chance and be yourself, the woman your father raised, the woman who stares down elders in council and makes them blink first. She let out a small, shaky breath. I already gave my heart somewhere else, she thought. The tree house, Kellen's voice, the mark under her scarf, all of it sat like a live coal in her chest. She didn't say it. Instead, her hand moved of its own will, drifting up to touch the scarf again. Her fingers pressed over the hidden mark. Beckett saw the movement. His gaze flicked there, then politely away, as if he refused to pry into something she wasn't ready to hand him. Cold, he asked lightly. Maybe, she said. He straightened. We should go back in before Lucas starts a fight to get attention. She nodded. Wouldn't want to miss that. They didn't stay as late as the party would have allowed. Gideon kept an eye on the time, mindful of the drive back through mountain roads. After a few more rounds of greetings, some small talk with her future in-laws and officers, and one more too-long look from Cashin that made her skin crawl, it was finally time to leave. Pack members called out as they crossed the hall. Come back soon, Liora, someone shouted. Next time you have to try the Ridge Run, another added. She smiled automatically, gave small nods, felt every word like a weight. Cashin stood near the bar, a drink in his hand. He lifted it in her direction, eyes glinting, smile a little too slow, gaze resting on her a second longer than polite. It was not a look a cousin should give a future Luna. Liora looked away. Beckett walked them to the front steps. The night air outside was cooler, the valley spread below in dotted lights. The car waited at the bottom of the stairs, engine idling. Thank you for coming, Beckett said simply, looking at Liora. I know this isn't easy. She swallowed. Your pack is kind, she said. They treated me well. That's the easy part, he said. The rest takes work. He hesitated, then added, If you ever feel like you're walking into something you can't handle, tell me. I'd rather hear it from you than through an elder." She nodded. "I'll remember that." He opened her door himself. She climbed in, the dress pulling softly at her knees, the scarf once again a tight band around her throat. As the car pulled away, the Shadow Ridge Lodge grew smaller in the rear window, lights shrinking to tiny points, then disappearing around the bend. Inside the car, Gideon soon leaned back and closed his eyes, exhaustion finally catching him. Rhea watched the road ahead, murmuring directions to the driver. Kira sat on the other side of Liora, quiet, eyes on her friend's profile. Liora leaned her head against the window, watching the darkness slide by. The glass was cold against her temple. Her fingers drifted up and pressed over the scarf, feeling the faint, stubborn throb of the mark underneath. Shadow Ridge had opened its doors to her. Beckett had spoken like a man willing to try, willing to listen. His pack had welcomed her with smiles and easy jokes. If the truth ever comes out, she thought, the thought sharp and clear, I'm not just breaking one man's hope. I'm breaking a whole pack that already started to make room for me. The car climbed back toward High Hollow, and the weight of both futures settled heavier on her shoulders with every mile. Chapter 5. When the moon starts hitting back. The first bad sign looked small, like a mistake. At coastlight, dawn rolled in under a low, gray sky. The sea was a flat sheet of metal, the horizon swallowed in fog. Kellen walked the narrow path down to the fishing cove with two of his rangers, boots crunching over damp gravel, salt air cold in his lungs. They rounded the last bend. All three of them stopped. The nets were a wreck. Floats bobbed against the rocks where they shouldn't be, lines tangled and snapped. One net was half dragged up onto the sand as if something had torn through it from below, leaving a jagged tear right through the middle. Fish that should have been caught and ready lay scattered, some half-eaten, some already souring in the early light. "Damn it," one ranger said under his breath. He was the younger of the two, skinny and sharp-eyed, his shoulders stiffening as he took in the scene. "We set them the same way we always do. This shouldn't happen." Kellen walked closer, crouched, and picked up a piece of torn net in his hand. The fibers were rough against his palm. The tear didn't look clean like a knife. It looked forced, stretched until it broke. "Could be rocks," the older ranger said, coming up beside him. "Rough swell at night, net snagged, waves did the rest." The younger shook his head. "Sea was calm yesterday, you felt it." "Calm can change," the older shot back. "Tides don't owe us anything." The younger's gaze flicked to Kellen, then to the path leading inland. He dropped his voice. "Ever since High Hollow's visit, things keep going wrong." The older ranger hissed at him. "Shut up. Don't blame guests for bad tide." Kellen let the shred of net fall from his hand. Jaw tight, he scanned the water, the shore, the rocks. No obvious sign of human sabotage. No clear rogue tracks, just a pattern he didn't like. "Fix what we can," he said, straightening. "Salvage what's still good, reset the nets, double-check the lines, and log this. Every detail, I want it written." "Yes, Alpha," they answered together. As they moved to work, Kellen stood for a moment longer, watching the slow, steady rise and fall of the waves. They looked harmless. They didn't feel harmless. Later, back at the lodge, he found his mother in the main room, a map of the coastline spread across the big table. Mara's dark hair was plaited tight, jaw set as she marked something near the cove with a small red pin. "You're early back," she said without looking up. "That's rarely good." "It's not," Kellen said. She raised her eyes then, saw his face, and stilled. "Tell me." He gave her the facts. Torn nets, spoiled fish, the younger ranger's comment about High Hollow, the way the older one shut him down. "We can fix nets," Kellen finished, arms folded. "We can put up new lines, it's the pattern I don't like." Mara exhaled through her nose. "First the rogue attack on the road," she said. "Now the sea." She tapped one finger against the map, a sharp, restless rhythm. "People will start looking for a story to hang it on." He knew what she meant. Wolves didn't like chaos. They wanted reasons, even if they had to invent them. He didn't respond. His silence was answer enough. The first whisper of the curse came not in council, but in the kitchen. Mara stepped through the wide doorway to grab her own mug of tea, pausing when she heard voices on the other side of the hanging curtain. "Rogues on the road," one Omega was saying as she stacked bowls. "Flood in the storage cellar last week. Now bad catch, feels like the moon is frowning." "Think it's about High Hollow's girl," another whispered back. Why else would she change all at once? Mara pushed the curtain aside with more force than needed. Both Omegas jumped, hands freezing over the tableware. "Mother Mara," one stammered, "we were just—" "Talking too loud," Mara said. Her tone was cool, even. "About things you don't know the full shape of." They both dropped their eyes. "Yes, Mother." Mara took her tea and turned away, but her jaw was tight. The words followed her down the hall. "High Hollow's girl. The moon is frowning." High Hollow had its own signs. The hunting party came back mid-afternoon, later than they should have, and lighter. Liora watched them file through the gates from the balcony off the council room, one hand on the rail, the other pressed unconsciously over her scarf. Normally, returning wolves laughed, loud and relieved, slapping each other's backs, carrying their kills with easy pride. Today, they trudged. The sled they dragged behind them held far less meat than a winter run needed. Gideon met them in the courtyard. Liora moved down the steps to stand near his shoulder. "What happened?" he asked the lead hunter. The man's jaw worked as he looked away, clearly angry, with the land with himself with bad luck. "Tracks vanished," he said. "We followed a herd sign up the ridge, clear as ink on snow, then nothing. It's like they walked into air." "Wind can turn," Gideon said. "Not like that," one of the younger hunters blurted. He pulled up his sleeve to show a deep, ugly bruise along his forearm. "Rock came loose right under me. I was on ground I've walked since I was 10. I've never seen that trail do that." Murmurs rippled through the gathered wolves. "Stones don't just jump," someone muttered. "Maybe they do now," another answered. Leora's gaze flicked from the bruise to the sled, back to the bruise. The air in the courtyard felt heavier than the clouds overhead. Gideon raised a hand. "You did what you could," he said. "Clean what you have, rest, we'll reassess routes." The hunters dispersed, moving toward the storage building, shoulders tight. Later, in that very storage room, Rhea stood alone with a lantern in hand, light throwing harsh shadows on the hanging meats. Liora found her there, drawn by the faint, sour smell tinging the hallway. "What is that?" Liora asked, wrinkling her nose. Rhea lifted the lantern. A whole row of meat, the one they had salted and hung just last week, was already turning. Dark spots bloomed along the edges, the smell wrong off like old blood left in sun. "It shouldn't be like this," Rhea said, voice low. "We did everything right, salt, air, timing." "Maybe the salt was bad," Liora offered, though even as she said it, it sounded thin. "Maybe," Rhea said. "Or maybe the valley decided she's tired of feeding us." That same afternoon, a child chasing a floating lantern along the upper path slipped near the cliff's edge. It was Kira who saw him, sprinted, and grabbed the back of his jacket before he could go over. By the time she hauled him back onto solid ground, both of them were shaking. The boy sobbed against her shirt while his mother cried thanks. Others stood around them, talking in quick, frightened bursts. "He said he saw a light move," someone said, "like the moon was calling him." "The valley feels wrong." Another answered, "Like it's holding its breath." The words traveled faster than the wind. Elder Thorne didn't like panicked rumors. He liked hard facts, lines on maps, numbers in ledgers. When even he started speaking the old superstition out loud, Liora knew things had shifted. The council met in the smaller room that evening. Thick stone walls, a long table, candles burning despite the hour. Gideon sat at the head, rubbing his temples. Thorne sat to his right, other elders filling the seats around them. "We joked about the whisper curse for years," Thorne said, fingers drumming on the table. "I'm not laughing now." Another elder, older than Thorne with hair all white, folded his hands. "The line is clear," he said. "A pledged Luna breaks promise, the moon closes her hand around the valley. That's what our grandparents taught us. We don't even know if a promise was broken, Gideon snapped, more sharply than usual. Thorne looked at him with cool eyes. Do we? Gideon opened his mouth, then closed it. His hand went to his pocket, fingers closing around the oath glass he kept there, thumb rubbing the smooth surface like it might give him an answer. It didn't. Liora wasn't supposed to be near that meeting. She stood in the hallway outside, back pressed to the cold stone, a thin crack in the door letting sound through. She heard only pieces. Something is off. Started after Coastlight. If she carries a hidden bond. Her heart thudded hard enough that she felt it in her throat. Her hand flew to her scarf, clutching it as if someone might yank it away. She stepped back from the door, breath shallow, and slipped down the corridor before someone opened it and saw her there. She found Rhea in the kitchen, standing over a pot on the stove, steam fogging the air. Bundles of dried herbs hung from the rafters. The smell was sharp, clean, trying to cut through the heavy mood in the house. Rhea was grinding something in a mortar when Liora walked in. Her face looked more lined than it had that morning. Is it really that bad? Liora asked quietly, coming to lean against the counter. Rhea didn't pretend to misunderstand. She tipped the ground herbs into the pot and stirred. Bad enough that people are looking for a curse instead of a reason, she said. And when people start saying curse instead of weather or wolves or bad planning, they look around for someone to hang it on. Who do they think that someone is? Liora asked, though she already knew the answer. She could feel it like a weight in the room. Rhea looked at her for a long moment. She did not accuse. She didn't say you. She just said, right now they're too scared to say any name out loud. It somehow hurt more. The next blow at Coastlight was not nets or fish or spoiled salt. It had a face. Rain hammered the tin roof of the Coastlight Lodge that night, loud enough that Kellen could feel it through the walls. Lightning flickered over the sea, turning waves white for split seconds. He sat at his desk, going through patrol reports, lantern swinging slightly above him, but his mind was far away on Liora, the pull, the mate bond. He closed his eyes, feeling her for a moment, the way she said, I can't hold on. The way she clung to him like he was her everything, but now everything just changed. The door burst open without a knock, pulling Kellen from his thoughts. Alpha, a young guard said, breathless. Mary's here with her pups. Kellen was on his feet before the sentence ended. He reached the main hall in 3 strides. Mary stood just inside, soaked through, shaking. Bruises already darkened one side of her face. Her arm was wrapped around her youngest pup. The older one clung to her torn jacket. The little boy's lip was split, blood dried in a dark crust down his chin. Mara was already there, hair damp at the edges from the rain, eyes hard. Who did this? She asked, voice flat in a way that meant she was furious. Mary swallowed, jaw trembling. Rogues, she said. We were near the old logging road. I thought it was safe at that hour. They came out of nowhere. Kellen moved closer, careful not to crowd them. Any marks? He asked. Any colors, smells? Mary shook her head. Mud, wet fur, teeth. Her voice broke on the last word. Get them to the healers, Mara said, standing. Now. 2 wolves stepped forward to guide Mary and the pups toward the back rooms. As they went, the little boy glanced over his shoulder at Kellen, eyes wide and scared. Kellen met his gaze and nodded once. You're safe here, he said. The boy didn't answer, but his shoulders loosened a little. When they were gone, Mara let out a slow, heavy breath. Kellen heard it over the rain. A storage cellar near the shore flooded yesterday, she said. We lost half the preserved grain. Today it's Mary and her pups. Tomorrow what? A patrol doesn't come back. He dragged a hand over his face. We've dealt with rogues before. Not like this, Mara said. Not stacked on top of everything else. Outside, thunder rolled over the sea. In the morning, they dug through the flooded grain cellar. Wolves shoveled soaked, ruined grain into baskets, carrying it out in armfuls, clothes streaked with mud. The smell of rot and salt was thick. We protect the coast, one ranger muttered, flinging a ruined sack out the door. And the sea hits our own door. No one laughed. By midday, Mara had Kellen back in the planning room, the big map of their territory laid out flat, colored pins marking trouble spots. Red and black were starting to outnumber the calm green. "I don't know if this is weather, rogues, or the moon," she said, palms pressed on either side of the map. "But all of this started right after you marked someone you shouldn't have." The words landed like a stone between them. Kellen stood on the other side of the table, his jaw clenched so hard it ached. "You think she's punishing the pack for a choice I made?" he asked. Mara's eyes were sharp but not cruel. "I think the world loves stories," she said. "We give the elders a pattern, they'll shape a tale. Alpha breaks oath, tides turn. It's a neat one, easy to tell, easy to spread." He looked down at the map, at the red pin near the storage cellar, the black pin where Mary had been attacked. A thin silver line tugged inside him, somewhere deep in his chest, always pointing northeast, toward High Hollow, toward Liora. "If my mistake hurts them," he said slowly, quietly, "then fixing it is my job too." Mara's expression softened at the edges. "Then you better start thinking of how," she said. In High Hollow, Kira did her best to keep panic from catching fire in the younger wolves. She stood in the courtyard that afternoon, arms folded, wind tugging at her hair, and faced a cluster of teenagers who were muttering too loudly. "Bad hunts happen," she said. "Bad winters happen. No one starts shouting curse every time a rabbit changes its path." One boy frowned. "It's not just hunts," he argued. "It's the child almost going off the cliff. It's the meat. It's the way the air feels." "The air feels like winter," Kira said. "Stop talking like pups who have heard one campfire story and decided it's real. Keep your heads, do your jobs." They grumbled, but they quieted. When they scattered, Kira let her shoulders sag for a second. She found Liora on the upper path later, sitting on a low stone wall, legs dangling, watching the clouds slide over the opposite mountain. The scarf was wrapped tight around her neck, ends tucked in. "How bad is it really?" Liora asked before Kira could speak. Her voice was small, almost lost to the wind. Kira came to stand beside her. "Bad enough that people are scared," she said. "Scared wolves need someone to blame, that's how it works." "And who are they blaming?" Liora asked. Kira looked at her, looked at the scarf, looked away. "Right now they're blaming the moon," she said. "When that stops being enough, they'll pick a face." The words hit harder than if she had said Leora's name. That night, Liora closed her bedroom door and leaned against it, the quiet rushing in like water. She crossed to the mirror, hands trembling a little as she reached for the knot of her scarf. For a second, she just held it, fingers pressed into the wool. Then she pulled it loose and let it fall onto the bed. The mark at her collarbone glowed faintly in the lamplight, a thin crescent of silver, like a piece of moon pressed into her skin. The salve Kira used softened the shine but hadn't erased it. It pulsed, subtle but steady, in time with her heartbeat. She touched it with her fingertips. Heat flared there, answering her. "If this really is the whisper curse," she thought, throat tight, "then I lit the fuse with my own hands." She sunk down onto the edge of the bed, elbows on her knees, head in her hands. The house creaked around her. Somewhere outside, an owl called once, twice, like a question. She had no answer. Shadow Ridge didn't escape untouched. A week after the party, Beckett stood in his own council room, eyes scanning the report in his hand. The messenger who had brought it in shifted his weight from foot to foot, eyes on the floor. "We lost half the wagons," the man said. "We checked the route twice. Road was clear, then an ambush near the river bend. Horses spooked. One cart went over, 2 wolves hurt." Beckett's jaw flexed. "Rogues?" he asked. "Looked like it," the messenger said. "But we've used that road for 5 years, no trouble." 5 years don't guarantee a 6th, Beckett said automatically. He lowered the paper. "But it doesn't help that this happens now." The messenger hesitated. "Some of the men," he said, "are using words like ill-favored path. They don't like the feel of that road anymore." Beckett exhaled sharply. "Tell them the path doesn't care about their feelings," he said. "But we'll review the route. Go eat. You've earned it." When the man left, Beckett stared at the map on the wall, tracing the trade route with his eyes. High Hollow, Shadow Ridge, Coastlight, 3 packs, one thin line holding winter together. He went to High Hollow in person. The next day, Gideon received him in the smaller hall. The fire burned low. Both alphas looked tired in a way that went beyond lack of sleep. "My people are taking risks to keep our bargain," Beckett said without preamble. "Something is wrong on the road. I'm not going to start calling it a curse, but I'm also not going to pretend this is normal." Gideon nodded once, slow. "Our hunts fail," he said. "Your wagons fall. Coastlight fights rogues and floods. This feels like more than one bad week." "Your elders are blaming my side," Beckett asked, brows lifting. "They're blaming the air," Gideon said. He let out a long breath. "They just haven't picked a target yet." Silence stretched between them. 2 men, 3 packs worth of pressure on their shoulders. "We can't let this turn into a story about who offended the moon first," Beckett said. "That's how wars start, with old women's tailies gaining teeth." "Agreed," Gideon said. The door opened then, and Elder Thorne stepped in, flanked by another elder. His expression was grim but steady. "We need answers," Thorne said, not bothering with a greeting. "Not stories told in kitchens. Call Coastlight. Call Shadow Ridge. Let us stand in one room and speak plainly before fear decides for us." Gideon hesitated. Kellen in the same room as Liora and Beckett, with elders asking questions about omens and promises. It was the last thing he wanted. But outside, hunts were failing. Wagons were falling. Children were almost going over cliffs, and his people looked at the mountains like they expected them to crumble. "Fine," he said. "Send the summons." That night he found Liora in the council room, standing alone at the big window, watching the last light fade off the ridge. Her reflection hovered in the glass, scarf neat, shoulders tense. "We are calling both alphas for a council," Gideon said. She turned, eyes widening. "Coastlight and Shadow Ridge?" she asked. "Coastlight and Shadow Ridge," he confirmed. "Too much is breaking, we can't ignore it." Her hand went to her scarf before she could stop it, fingers pressing hard over the mark underneath. "A council," she repeated. "Here." "Here," he said, "in 3 days." He left her there, the door closing softly behind him. Liora turned back to the window. The mountains were dark shapes now, the sky a deep blue fading toward black. Somewhere far to the west, beyond everything she could see, the sea pounded against the coastlight cliffs. Somewhere south, Shadow Ridge wolves loaded wagons and checked their weapons twice. A meeting of all 3 packs meant Kellen, Beckett, Gideon, elders, and her, all in one room, while the whisper curse rode at everyone's backs like a shadow they could finally point at. "The moon isn't going to let me hide forever," she thought. The mark at her collarbone pulsed once, like agreement. Chapter 6, The Night the Moon Wouldn't Let Go. Kellen didn't sleep. The lodge had gone quiet around him hours ago. The last patrol change had passed, the kitchen fires banked low, the sea outside a dark, breathing mass beyond the cliffs. In his room, the lantern on his desk burned down to a soft, steady glow, throwing a narrow circle of light over the scattered reports he wasn't reading. He paced instead. Bare feet on worn wooden planks, back and forth from window to door, hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. Every time he tried to sit, to make himself look at another patrol log, the same images rose behind his eyes. Liora, rain in her hair in that one-room shelter. Liora, gasping when his teeth broke her skin. The silver mark that had flared to life beneath his mouth. The bond tugged at him like a hook sunk in his chest. Distance didn't blunt it. If anything, it made it sharper. The more he tried to ignore it, the more his wolf paced against his ribs, restless, unhappy. Outside his window, the clouds were thin enough that the moon showed through in pieces. Not full yet, but bright enough to set silver lines along the waves. He rubbed a hand over his face, then picked up the radio report he'd tossed aside earlier. Rogues near the logging road. Flooded grain cellar. Torn nets, spoiled catch. The pattern crawled under his skin. Ever since High Hollow, one ranger had said. He'd shut that talk down in front of the others. In private, the words sat like a stone in his stomach. He stopped packing and stared at the small phone on the edge of his desk. He could call Gideon, ask as one alpha to another if High Hollow was seeing the same strain, if hunts were failing, if trails felt wrong. That was reason enough. It wasn't the real reason he wanted to hear the line click and her voice answer. His hand closed around the phone before he thought himself out of it. He scrolled to the High Hollow contact he'd used for Interpack messages, logistics, route talk, nothing personal, and hit call. The line rang. He heard each sound like a heartbeat. On the fourth ring, someone picked up. "High Hollow," came a low voice, rough with sleep. Not Gideon, Liora. He didn't realize he'd closed his eyes until he heard her. "Liora," he said, "it's Kellen." There was a pause on the other end, then fabric rustling like she was sitting up. "Kell," she breathed, "is everything okay?" "No," he said honestly. "That's why I'm calling." He heard her exhale, quick and tight. "Tell me." He crossed to the window and braced his forearm against the frame, staring out into the dark. "Rogues hit one of our roads," he said. "Mary and her pups took it the worst. Storage flooded. Nets torn. Fish spoiling before they should. It's nothing we can't handle one by one, but together." He shook his head, even though she couldn't see it. "It feels off. Wrong." She was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was softer. "It's the same here," she said. "Hunts coming back light. Meat going bad even when we do everything right. A child almost went over a cliff after chasing some strange light." She swallowed. He heard the sound through the line. "People keep saying the valley feels wrong." He let out a breath. "And Shadow Ridge." "Beckett sent word," she said. "Wagons hit, old routes turning on them." Guilt crept into her voice. "He's still sending everything he promised. He didn't even complain. Just said we'd sort it out together." Of course he would, Kellen thought. From what little he'd seen of the man, Beckett wasn't careless. That almost made it worse. "So it's not just us," Kellen said. "It's all three." "The elders are getting loud about the whisper curse," Liora said quietly. "They think the moon is closing her hand." He closed his eyes, forehead resting against the cool glass. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The bond hummed between them, low and insistent, like a song under skin. "I want to see you," he said. The words were out before he dressed them up in duty, before he added anything about strategy or shared information. He just said the thing his wolf had been growling for hours. On the other end, she sucked in a breath. "Kellen." "We can call it what they already are," he went on. "Signs, curse, bad season, pick a word. You and I standing face to face isn't going to break anything that isn't already breaking. He broke off, fingers flexing on the phone. "I need to see you, even if I can't touch you." The line went silent. He heard a faint creak, imagined her sitting on the edge of her bed, scarf twisted in her hands. "I can't sleep either," she admitted. "Every time I close my eyes, I see you, and then I see Beckett, and then I see my father's face when the hunts come back empty." He didn't answer that. There was nothing clean to say. "There's a public park," she said finally. "Halfway to town off the old highway. Humans use it mostly in the day. It's empty at night. No packed territory line, no guards." "You want to meet there," he said. "Do you?" she asked. The question was pointless. They both knew the answer. "Yes," he said. "Tell me when." "Give me an hour," she whispered. Liora ended the call and sat there for a heartbeat, phone still in her hand, the room dark except for the small lamp by her bed. Her eyes went to the door, then to the scarf draped over the chair. Her heart was pounding hard enough to make her breath tremble. "You're insane," she told herself softly. It didn't change the way her body moved. She stood, toes curling against the cool floor, and crossed to her wardrobe. She chose dark jeans, a charcoal sweater, and her brown boots, the ones she could run in if she had to. She fastened her mother's watch around her wrist, the familiar leather strap grounding her for a second. The scarf was last. She wrapped it around her throat and collarbone, looping it twice, knotting it firm. The mark flared warm under her fingers as if it approved. She turned off the lamp. Her room dropped into shadow, lit only by the thin line of moonlight at the curtain's edge. When she eased her door open, the hallway was quiet. Ria's door was closed. Gideon's room, further down, was dark. Kira's door was cracked, soft snoring coming from inside. Liora moved past on silent feet, breath held until she reached the stairs. She took the back way out, down the narrower stone steps that led to the side gate, the one the kitchen staff used. A single guard leaned in the shadows there, cloak pulled tight, breath fogging the air. "Late run?" he asked, straightening when he saw her. "Couldn't sleep," she said, keeping her tone casual. "Needed air. I'll stay near the road." He looked uncertain for half a second, then nodded. "Yes, Liora." She stepped out into the night. The air was sharper out here, clean and cold. The gravel path crunched under her boots. She pulled her coat tighter around herself and started down the slope toward the old highway. Every step away from the fortress made her chest feel tighter and looser at once. She thought of Beckett, of his careful hands and quiet humor, the way he'd opened his home to her pack without hesitation. He trusted her. He'd sent that note asking to speak plainly. And here she was, walking alone to meet a man she'd already let mark her in secret. "You're a worse person than he knows," she whispered to herself. Her wolf didn't agree. Her wolf lifted its head toward the smell drifting on the wind, heart speeding up. A car sat parked at the edge of the small lot when she reached the park. Kellen leaned against the hood, arms folded, his dark jacket open over a plain shirt, boots planted wide. The single overhead street lamp cut a pale circle around him, catching on the angles of his face and the short, messy line of his hair. He straightened the second he saw her. Her wolf surged so hard inside her that she had to swallow a sound. His scent, pine, salt, smoke, hit her like a wave, clearing everything else out of her head for a moment. "Hi," she said. It sounded stupid in her own ears. Small, but it was the only word that made it past her throat. "Hi," he answered. He pushed off the car and walked toward her. Each step felt slow and deliberate, like he was wrestling with himself. He stopped just out of reach, hands flexing at his sides, jaw tight. Seeing him like this, no alpha title between them, no council, no elders, hurt in a new way. There were lines at the corners of his eyes she hadn't noticed before, tension in his shoulders that hadn't been there the night of the storm. "How bad is it really?" she asked. He huffed out a breath that was half laugh, half sigh. "Bad enough that Lady Mara and half the lodge think the moon is annoyed," he said. "Bad enough that Mary is sleeping with her pups in the infirmary instead of in her own bed. Bad enough that I'm starting to look at every broken net like it's a judgment instead of a tide mistake." She stepped closer without realizing it. "High Hollow's the same," she said. "Hunt's light, meat spoiling, trails behaving like they're strangers, elders whispering the curse like it's a new toy." "And Shadow Ridge?" he asked. She nodded once. "Beckett's still sending everything, even with lost wagons. He hasn't said the word curse to me yet, but his men have." A gust of wind cut across the empty playground. The swings creaked, metal chains shifting. The small, empty slide gleamed faintly under the lamplight. It should have felt like an ordinary park. It didn't. It felt like a place the world had forgotten about, left just for them. Kellen let out a breath and lifted his hands, palms up. He stepped that last half pace closer and took her hands in his. His fingers were rough and warm. The contact was a jolt, a clean line of heat that raced up her arms, down her spine. Her wolf pushed against her skin, trying to get closer. "There is a way," he said. Leora's brows knit. "A way to do what?" she asked. "To stop treating this like an accident," he said. "To stop pretending the moon made a mistake when she put her teeth on both of us." She swallowed. "Kellen." He turned fully to face her, shoulders squared, eyes dark and clear. He stepped in until their joined hands were pressed lightly between them. "Marry me, Liora," he said. His voice wasn't a plea. It was steady, sure. "You know what we are. You felt it as much as I did. The curse, the mark, the way our packs are bending. Maybe the moon isn't punishing us for what we did. Maybe she's punishing us for not finishing it." Her heart slammed against her ribs. "You're asking me to throw everything away," she said. Her voice came out thin and shaking. "My father's accords, Beckett's trust, High Hollow's winter, Shadow Ridge's roads, also I can stand next to you and say, this is mine." "I'm asking you," he said quietly, "to stop letting everyone else write your life while you bleed for it in the dark." His thumbs stroked over the back of her hands, slow, grounding. His gaze searched her face, lingering on the scarf at her throat. "It's my duty, Kell," she said, the words falling out of the deepest, oldest part of her. "Why don't you understand that?" His jaw clenched. "I understand duty," he said. "Coastlight isn't a hobby. Those wolves are my responsibility. I patrol their cliffs, I bury their dead. I would die for them without thinking. But I also understand that if I let fear steal what the moon already claimed, then I'm not serving anyone. Not them. Not you. Not her." She tore one hand free and cupped his jaw, thumb brushing the rough edge of stubble. "And if we stand up and say it out loud?" she asked. "What then? 3 packs with knives in their hands, staring at us like we're the reason their children are hungry." His eyes flickered closed for a heartbeat at her touch. When he opened them, she saw conflict there, wolf and man, alpha and mate, pulling in different directions. "Then we deal with it," he said, "together." "Together doesn't fix empty storage rooms," she whispered. "No," he agreed, "but lying doesn't either." They stood there with the wind pushing at their coats, the street lamp humming faintly above, their breaths mixing in small white clouds. The distance between them felt like something made by other people's hands. She tugged his face down, without giving herself time to think. The first brush of her mouth against his was soft, almost questioning. The second was not. The second broke something open. He made a low sound in his chest, not quite a growl, not human either. His hands slid to her waist, fingers spreading over the small of her back, pulling her closer until her body fit against his like it had been made to rest there. The cold, empty park dropped away. The weight of High Hollow and Coastlight and Shadow Ridge fell back for one suspended heartbeat. This, her wolf thought, this is right. His lips moved with hers, slow, then deeper when she opened to him, the kiss turning hungrier in a way that still felt strangely careful. His thumbs pressed into her sides through the fabric of her sweater, grounding her even as the world tilted. She curled her fingers into the front of his jacket, anchoring herself there, drawing him closer instead of pushing him away. She felt the mark beneath her scarf respond, warming, tingling, as if the skin itself remembered his teeth and approved. He broke the kiss for a breath, foreheads touching, both of them breathing hard. "Liora," he said, voice low and rough. She answered by lifting on her toes and catching his mouth again. This time he didn't hold back as much. The kiss deepened, heat rolling through her fingers slipping up into his hair. His hand slid up her back, flattening between her shoulder blades, holding her so close she could feel every exhale in his chest. For a moment, the bond was the only real thing. Then the wind shifted. A different scent slipped into the circle of lamplight. Cologne, Shadow Ridge wolf. Leora's eyes snapped open. Over Kellen's shoulder at the edge of the park path, a figure leaned against a low brick wall, watching them. Cashin. His hair was mussed, shirt collar open, hands tucked into his pockets like he was at a casual show. A slow, amused smile pulled at his mouth. Liora broke the kiss, so fast her teeth caught her own lip. Kellen's hands tightened at her waist, instinctively trying to steady her. He turned, following her line of sight. Cashin pushed off the wall with one heel and clapped slow, soft, mocking. "Well, isn't this something?" he drawled. "The future Luna of Shadow Ridge with another man at the back of the Alpha." Kellen's body went very still. "Cashin," Liora said, throat dry, "what are you doing here?" He ignored her, eyes on Kellen. "Alpha of Coastlight, I presume," he said. "I thought you were all about clean paths and safe passes. This doesn't look very safe to me." "You know nothing about us," Kellen said. His voice was low, dangerous. "So keep your mouth shut." Cashin laughed once. "Oh, I know enough," he said. "I know my cousin has been planning a union since you both were pups. I know he's out there checking roads and keeping wagons moving while his promised Luna sneaks off to kiss another Alpha under a park light. The words hit Liora like a physical blow. She sucked in a breath, hand flying to her scarf. Shame and anger tangled hot in her chest. Kellen stepped forward, putting himself slightly in front of her without seeming to think about it. His shoulders squared, Wolf close to the surface. "Walk away," he said. Cashin's smile faded a shade. "Or what?" he asked. "You'll throw another punch like you did at the last meeting when someone insulted your oath." Kellen didn't answer. His fist answered first. He moved faster than Liora expected. One step, shoulder turning, fist connecting with Cashin's jaw in a tight arc. The crack of impact echoed off the empty swings. Cashin stumbled back, hitting the brick wall with a thud. For a moment his face blurred in the dim light. Then he straightened, lips split, eyes flashing. "You son of a..." He lunged. They hit each other hard. No shifting, no claws, just fists and elbows and old instinct. Two wolves choosing not to bare their teeth because that would cross a line they couldn't uncross. Kellen took a blow to the cheek, head snapping to the side. Cashin caught another to the ribs, breath blasting out. "Stop," Liora said, voice barely above a whisper. They didn't hear. Gravel scuffed under their boots. A trash can toppled over with a loud, hollow clang. "Stop," she said again, louder, stepping forward. Kellen pinned Cashin against the wall, forearm across his chest. "You say one word to anyone about what you saw here," he said, breathing hard, "and I will make sure you regret it. I don't care if you share blood with your Alpha." Cashin's eyes narrowed. There was fear there, but something mean under it, too. "You're already going to regret it," he said. "All I have to do is decide when." "Kellen," Liora said, fingers wrapping around his arm. "Please, this is making it worse." He looked at her then, breath still heavy, knuckles bleeding. The wind pushed his hair back from his face. The mark under her scarf burned in answer. He stepped away from Cashin, every muscle coiled. "This isn't over," he said to him. Cashin smoothed his shirt, wiped blood from his lip with the back of his hand, and smiled again, sharp this time. "No," he agreed. "It really is." He turned and walked off into the dark, hands in his pockets, whistling under his breath. Leora's knees felt shaky. "We need to get you out of here," she said, looking at Kellen's face. A bruise was already darkening along his cheekbone. His hand was split at the knuckles. "If anyone sees you like this..." "I've had worse," he said. "I don't care," she snapped. "You're bleeding, and Cashin is walking away with your scent all over his pride. We need a story." His jaw flexed. "Rogues," he said. She met his eyes. "Rogues," she repeated. "You were on your way to a meeting, you were ambushed. I was nearby and helped get you out. That's what we'll say." "You're going to drag me back to your fortress," he said slowly, looking like this. "I'm going to drag you back," she said, "and hope the moon doesn't strike me down between here and the gate for lying on top of what we already did." He almost smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. "All right," he said. "Let's go." Gideon was in the main hall when Liora pushed the side doors open, Kellen's arm over her shoulders, most of his weight on his own feet, but not all. The guards moved automatically, hands going to weapons, then freezing when they saw who it was. "What happened?" Gideon demanded, stepping forward. "Rogue attack," Kellen said before Liora could answer. His voice was steady, his body doing a decent job of pretending it wasn't in pain. "I was on my way to meet a scout about the trade roads. They hit near the old park pull-off. Liora was out walking. She showed up before they could drag it out." Liora could feel her father's gaze land on her like a physical thing. Suspicion, concern, calculation, all flashing across his face in a heartbeat. "What were you doing there?" he asked. "Couldn't sleep," she said. "Needed air." The silence stretched. Gideon's eyes searched her face, then dropped to the hand gripping Kellen's jacket, to the scarf at her throat. He looked back up. "We'll talk about your late-night walks later," he said finally. "For now, he needs a healer." "Thank you," Kellen said. Rhea appeared from somewhere, summoned by the smell of blood and raised voices. Put him in the guest chamber, she said, already rolling up her sleeves. I'll get bandages and hot water. Kellen's weight got heavier as the adrenaline wore off. Liora tightened her grip, guiding him down the hall. As they turned the corner, she heard Gideon's low voice behind them, ordering someone to send a message to Coastlight to inform Lady Mara. Her stomach turned. Lady Mara's voice over the phone was tight with anger that didn't bother to hide itself. I told you not to meet her, she said. I told you, Kellen. He sat on the edge of the guest bed, shirt off, fresh bandages wrapped around his hand and ribcage. The room smelled of salve and hot water. Liora had slipped out a few minutes earlier, leaving him with Rhea. Now he was alone, lantern light throwing shadows over the bruises blooming on his cheek. It wasn't planned, he said, which was only half a lie. I called her to ask about the curse signs. We met halfway. Cashin showed up. He saw things he shouldn't have. We fought. The story here is rogues. The story out there, she said sharply, is 3 packs breaking beneath a season that looks angrier every day. And you're out in neutral ground throwing punches over a woman who is promised to someone else. He pinched the bridge of his nose. That's the reason the moon is turning on us, Mom, he said quietly. I did what I shouldn't have done in the treehouse. I marked her. We are already facing the consequences. Now if we do not become mates, if we keep acting like she made a mistake, the moon will curse worse. There was a long, static-filled pause. You really believe that, Lady Mara said. Yes, he said, I do. She sighed, the sound more weary than he wanted to hear from her. You're my son, she said. I'm supposed to tell you to choose duty and survive, not chase a bond that could tear 3 valleys apart. I chose duty for 10 years, he said. I can keep choosing it, but not by pretending I don't feel what I feel every time she walks into a room. Then you'd better be ready to stand in front of every elder in those valleys and say it out loud, she answered. Because if you keep doing this in shadows, you're not just angering the moon. You're angering everyone who thinks they have a right to her. He didn't have an answer for that. I'll send a proper envoy to High Hollow, she said. We'll talk terms for the council. Try not to get yourself killed in the meantime. Understood, he said. She hung up. He set the phone on the small table beside the bed and stared at the ceiling, muscles humming with pain and something worse. A soft knock came at the door. Come in, he said. Liora slipped inside, carrying a small bowl of water and a clean cloth. The lantern behind her haloed her hair in a faint, warm glow. The scarf was still wrapped tight, but he could see the faint ridge of the mark under it when she moved. I told Rhea I help, she said. She's dealing with storage inventory. You shouldn't be here, he said automatically. I know, she said. She closed the door behind her. Move your hand. He obeyed. She dipped the cloth into the warm water, wrung it out, and stepped close enough that he could feel her body heat. Her touch was careful as she dabbed at the dried blood on his knuckles. His wolf settled under his skin, the pain fatting a notch just because she was near. He watched her face, brows drawn, lower lip caught between her teeth, focus narrowed to the small task. What happened with Cashin? She asked quietly. He talked too much, Kellen said. I made him stop. A faint smile flickered at the corner of her mouth and died quickly. He'll go back to Beckett, she said. He'll say things, maybe he already has. I know, Kellen said. She rinsed the cloth and moved to his cheek, wiping gently where a dark bruise was forming. You shouldn't have hit him, she murmured. He had enough power with just his eyes. I'd hit him again, Kellen said, if he looked at you the way he did. Her hand stilled. The room felt suddenly smaller. The lamplight was too warm, the moon outside the narrow window too bright. She lowered the cloth, fingers trembling just a little. The full moon is close, she said. I know, he said. It hurts, she admitted. The pull. He didn't pretend not to understand. His own bones ached with it, the bond humming constant under his skin, louder on nights like this. She stepped back, set the bowl down, then hesitated. Instead of going to the door, she turned and came back to him, softer now, arms wrapped around herself. I can't keep doing this, she said. Sneaking out to see you, coming back to Beckett with his kindness and his notes and his trust, lying to my father every time he looks at my face. Tears shone at the corners of her eyes. She blinked them away angrily. I love you, she said, voice barely above a whisper. And I'm betraying a man who hasn't done anything wrong. He reached up, fingers brushing her wrist. Liora. She pulled her hand free and stepped in, fast, like she was afraid she'd change her mind if she took too long. She slid onto the edge of the bed beside him, palm flat on his bare shoulder, eyes searching his. Just let me have this, she whispered. One moment where no one else exists. She leaned in, aiming for his mouth. He caught her by the waist, fingers tightening there, and stopped her an inch away. No, he said. Pain flickered across her face faster than surprise. You don't want me, she said, the words small and raw. He cupped the side of her neck with his free hand, thumb resting at the edge of her scarf. I want you so much I can't see straight, he said. Every second I spend breathing the same air as you feels like both a relief and a punishment. The moon is urging. My wolf is howling. Everything in me is saying yes. Then why? Because if we mate again now, in this house, in the middle of all this, he said, voice rough, I don't know what our packs will see next. The curse, the bad luck, whatever you want to call it, it's already grinding them down. If we keep feeding it in secret, I'm afraid of how it will bite back. Tears spilled over now, hot tracks down her cheeks. She shoved at his chest, not hard enough to hurt, but enough to break his grip. Everything is already broken, she snapped. This doesn't fix it. Denying it doesn't fix it. Nothing we do seems to fix anything. He caught her wrist before she could stand, but let go when he saw the look on her face. Liora. I can't breathe in here, she said. I can't breathe anywhere. She turned and almost fled, pulling the door open, slipping into the hall. He heard her footsteps retreating, quick and uneven. He sat there, hand still hovering in the air where her waist had been, and let the ache settle deeper into his bones. Cashin did exactly what Liora feared. He went back to Shadow Ridge with a blooming bruise on his jaw and a thin, satisfied line to his mouth. The next evening, he found Beckett in his office, going over trade notes with Lucas. I need a word, Cashin said. Beckett looked up. His gaze went straight to the bruise. What happened to your face? He asked. Coastlight, Cashin said, and high hollow. Lucas's brows went up. This already sounds like something I don't want to hear, he muttered. Cashin didn't wait to be invited to sit. He leaned against the door frame, crossing his arms. I was in town last night, he said, checking on a contact about patrol routes. I saw something interesting. Spit it out, Beckett said. I saw Liora, Cashin said, in the park by the old highway. Beckett's expression didn't change. She's allowed to leave her fortress, he said. With Kellen north, Cashin added. Your friend from Coastlight. They were kissing under a lamp like some cheap story. He hit me when I commented. I hit back. He shrugged as if the bruise meant nothing. Figured you. Want to know your future Luna is warming up with another Alpha before the wedding. Lucas made a low sound, somewhere between disbelief and disgust. Beckett stood slowly. Say that again, he said. Cashin held his gaze. I saw Liora with Kellen, he repeated. Mouths on each other, hands all over. He wasn't exactly acting like a polite neighbor. The air in the room tightened. Beckett walked around the desk, stopping a breath away from Cashin. Liora wouldn't do that, he said. It wasn't loud, but the quiet in it was worse. Cashin gave a small, infuriating little shrug. Believe what you want, he said. I'm just telling you what I saw while I was out there doing your work. The slap came fast and sharp. Beckett's palm hit Cashin's cheek with a crack that made Lucas flinch. Cashin's head snapped to the side. He braced a hand on the door frame, breath catching. How dare you talk about the lunar of this pack like that, Beckett said. His voice shook, not with uncertainty, but with contained fury. You don't get to drag her name through mud because you got into a fight you couldn't win. Cashin straightened slowly, color rising under the bruise. You're hitting the wrong wolf, he said. But go ahead, keep defending her. See how far that gets you when the moon starts taking more than wagons. Get out, Beckett said. Cashin's mouth curled. Gladly. He sauntered out. Lucas let out a breath he'd been holding. You don't believe him, Lucas said. Beckett stared at the door long after it closed. No, he said, I don't. But when he sat back down, the words sat with him. Liora's hand on her scarf at the party. Her hesitation when elders asked if her bond was clean. Her quiet eyes when she said she didn't know how to be what he wanted yet. Doubt wasn't a full thought yet, just a thin crack. He rubbed his temples, then reached for a different paper. He needed facts, not stories, numbers, not gossip. The doubt stayed anyway. Back in High Hollow, Liora closed her bedroom door and pressed her back against it, chest heaving. The fortress was mostly asleep. Only a few lamps burned in the hall, their light faint under the door crack. Her room was dim, bed unmade from when she slipped out, scarf slightly askew around her neck. She crossed to the window, needing to move, to do something. The view outside was a blur of dark trees and stone. The moon hung higher now, bright and watchful. She sank onto the edge of the bed, elbows on her knees, and finally let herself cry. Silent at first, then harder. She pressed her knuckles to her mouth to muffle the sounds. Tears ran hot down her face, dropping onto her jeans. She didn't know which part hurt more, the pull toward Kellen that felt like breathing versus suffocating, or the image of Beckett's face when he looked at her with calm, unearned trust. You're worse than you want to believe, she thought. You wanted both. You still do. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. She startled, wiping at her eyes with the heel of her hand, and reached for it. Beckett's name showed on the screen. For a second, she thought she might be sick. She forced her breathing to slow, dragged her fingers under her eyes to clear the worst of the redness, and answered. Hello, she said. Her voice was surprisingly steady. Did I wake you? Beckett asked. There was an edge of humor in his tone. No, she said. I was awake. He let out a small huff. Good, he said. I'd hate to be yelled at by your father for disturbing the future Luna's beauty sleep. She tried to smile. It felt brittle. What's going on? She asked. I had the most ridiculous conversation with Cashin, Beckett said. I thought you might enjoy knowing just how dramatic my cousin can be. Her grip on the phone tightened. What did he say? She asked, careful to keep her voice light. He came in looking like he'd lost a fight with a wall, Beckett said. Told me he saw you at some park, kissing another man. Kellen, specifically, swore up and down he was telling the truth. Her throat closed for a second. And, she managed. And I slapped him, Beckett said plainly. Told him not to drag your name around like some tavern rumor. He gave a short laugh. I think he thought I'd thank him for it. Liora stared at the far wall, vision blurring again. You didn't believe him, she said. No, Beckett said. I didn't. You might not be in love with me yet. I'm not arrogant enough to assume that, but I don't believe you'd humiliate me like that. He paused. I trust you, Liora. If there was something I needed to know, I'd rather hear it from you than from Cashin's bruised ego. Her eyes flooded. I appreciate that, she said. Her voice shook just enough that she prayed he'd blame it on a bad connection. Thank you. Get some sleep, he said gently. We'll need our heads clear when this council nonsense starts. Good night. Good night, she whispered. The line clicked off. She lowered the phone slowly and set it on the bed beside her. The room seemed too small to hold all of what she felt. The man she was promised to believed her without question. He defended her. He pressed his palm into his cousin's face rather than accept a lie about her. And she had stood under a park light and kissed someone else breathless, while the moon watched and the valley buckled. Liora lay back on the bed without bothering to change. She pulled the blanket up to her chest, turned her face into the pillow, and let herself cry again, harder now, shoulders shaking. Outside, somewhere beyond stone and trees and distance, a wolf on a cliff stared up at the same moon, unable to sleep. The moon didn't offer comfort to either of them. It just hung there, bright and unblinking, over 3 packs and one mark no scarf could hide forever. Chapter 7, the question of her bond. High Hollow woke up stiff with nerves. By mid-morning, the courtyard had been swept so many times the stone almost shone. Banners in High Hollow colors hung from the main wall, tugged by a restless breeze. Guards held formal positions at the gates and along the steps, shoulders squared, eyes straight ahead, every movement a little too sharp. Inside the entry hall, Kellen stood at a narrow side window and watched all of it. He wore a dark shirt and the formal guest coat Gideon had sent to his room, collar neat, sleeves buttoned. The yellowing bruise along his cheekbone was mostly hidden under the soft light, but there was still a faint shadow there if anyone cared to look close. His hands were in his pockets, but his jaw was tight. Every time the big doors opened and High Hollow wolves crossed the courtyard, his wolf shifted under his skin, restless and ready. For 2 days he had been in this house, healing and breathing the same air as Liora without touching her. He'd heard her footsteps pass his door more than once. Sometimes she walked quickly, business in her stride. Sometimes slower, like she lingered there an extra heartbeat without meaning to. He had not reached for the handle. He didn't trust himself that far. Now he watched her through the glass. She stood outside on the top step beside Gideon, back straight, shoulders firm. Her scarf was wrapped neatly around her throat and collarbone, the ends tucked in. From this distance, only he and maybe Lady Mara would know she wore it like armor, not decoration. Her hands were clasped in front of her, fingers locked together so no one would see them tremble. Behind her, the elders lined up like stone pillars, Elder Thorn at the center, his sharp, pale eyes taking in everything. Kira and Rhea stood a little behind and to the side, close enough to be seen as support but not part of the official line. Kellen could smell Liora, even through wood and stone and glass. The bond didn't care about walls. A horn sounded once from the watchtower. Shadow Ridge had arrived. He saw the convoy roll through the open gates, dark vehicles, dust and road mud splashed along their sides. Engines shut off one by one, leaving the courtyard suddenly too quiet. The first door opened, and Beckett stepped out. No coat. He'd stripped it off somewhere on the road and slung it into the back. White shirt sleeves rolled to just below his elbows. Dark slacks, boots that had seen actual use instead of just ceremony. His hair was brushed back, but not fussed over. He moved with the easy control of someone used to being watched. Lucas climbed out of the second vehicle, scanning the walls, and Cashin slid from the back seat with his hands in his pockets, gaze already roaming. Beckett came straight to the steps. "Alpha Beckett," Gideon said, stepping forward. They shook hands. Beckett's grip was steady, his expression respectful. "Thank you for hosting," Beckett said. "I know this visit wasn't planned for the season." "The valley forced the timing," Gideon answered. "You're welcome all the same." Beckett's eyes moved past him and landed on Liora. For a second, some of the tension left his face. "Liora," he said. Her throat worked. "Beckett," she answered. The greeting was short, but there was history in it. Letters written for years by their fathers, promises made before she was old enough to understand. A future laid out without anyone ever asking her if she wanted it. Beckett came up 2 steps, close enough that she could see faint lines of tiredness at the corners of his eyes. She wondered if he'd slept at all since Cashin had tried to poison his mind. "You look well," he said quietly. "So do you," she lied. "Roads weren't kind." His mouth tipped at one corner. "They're trying not to be," he admitted. "We got here anyway." He brushed a bit of dust from his sleeve, then put his hand lightly at the small of her back, guiding her down 1 step as Gideon gestured toward the doors. It was a small touch. Gentle, almost tentative. He didn't grip. He didn't claim. He just made space for her in front of him and moved with her. Liora felt it like a weight. At the same time, she felt something else, a different kind of heat against her skin. She didn't have to look to know where it came from. Inside the entry hall, Kellen's eyes sharpened the moment Beckett's hand touched her. His wolf surged up, bristling, not at the politeness of the gesture, but at the ease of it, at the assumption that Beckett was allowed to guide her anywhere. Kellen's shoulders went a shade tenser. One hand slipped from his pocket and curled at his side. He reminded himself that Beckett didn't know. That as far as Shadow Ridge was concerned, Liora was as clean as the scarf at her throat. It didn't help much. Liora felt that invisible stare even without seeing him. Her pulse kicked up. For a heartbeat, she imagined shaking off Beckett's hand and stepping back. For a heartbeat, she imagined stepping sideways into the space where she knew Kellen would be. Duty won the heartbeat, for now. A second horn sounded. The Coastlight Jeep rolled through the gates with a smaller escort blue and silver emblem catching the light. The doors opened, and Lady Mara stepped out first, cloak neat, dark hair pinned back, her expression neutral but her eyes watchful. Gideon moved ahead to greet her. "Lady Mara," he said, "thank you for answering the summons." "3 packs share a problem," she replied. "Coastlight doesn't intend to watch from a distance while the valley shakes." Her gaze flicked up the steps. She saw Liora standing beside Gideon, and just inside the door, Kellen's tall form. She dipped her chin once to Liora, a small, formal acknowledgement, then turned to the entry hall as the big doors swung wider. Kellen stepped forward from his place by the window at last, leaving the safe shadow and joining Gideon's side as an alpha, not as a guest under treatment. From this angle, Liora could see the faint shadow along his cheek where Cashin's earlier blow had landed, the small bandage along his knuckles. She also saw the way his gaze went first to Beckett's hand on her, then to her scarf, then finally to her eyes. Her heart thumped once hard. Gideon's voice cut through it. "Alphas," he said, "let's bring this inside." The great entry hall smelled of stone, polished wood, and too many emotions packed into one space. Wolves from all 3 packs moved along the edges, guards, runners, omegas carrying trays or papers. The center belonged to the leaders. Gideon stood at the front, high hollow crest carved into the wood behind him. To his right, Liora. To his left, Elder Thorn. Lady Mara joined Kellen near the center, her presence a steady line of gravity. Beckett came to stand opposite them, Luca's half a step behind his shoulder. Cashin hovered a little further back, eyes flicking between Kellen and Liora like he was waiting for something to crack. Gideon made the introductions. "Alpha Kellen of Coastlight," he said, gesturing. "Alpha Beckett of Shadow Ridge." Kellen and Beckett stepped forward and met in the space between their people. They shook hands, both grips firm, both gazes level. "We've heard your name a lot on the roads," Beckett said. "Good things, safe routes, clean patrols." Kellen inclined his head. "We've heard about your trade discipline," he answered. "And your lost wagons, I'm sorry about that." "Roads we trusted turned on us," Beckett said. "My men aren't used to feeling like ground can't be counted on." "Neither are mine," Kellen said. The words were neutral. The energy was. The air between them had a quiet tension that had nothing to do with territory and everything to do with the woman standing 10 feet away. Liora suddenly felt very aware of her hands, her scarf, the way her pulse drummed at the base of her throat. Beckett's eyes slid to her and back to Kellen. "Your pack took care of her on the Moonflower Run," he said. "For that, you have my thanks." Kellen's gaze flicked to Leora's scarf and back to Beckett. "We look after anyone on our trails," he said, "especially guests from allied packs." The words were polite. The tone had an edge, small but sharp enough that anyone listening closely could feel it. Beckett heard it. Something flickered in his expression, an almost smile that didn't quite land. He let it go, at least on the surface. Elder Thorn watched the exchange with interest, eyes narrowed, storing details. "Council chamber," Gideon said. "We'll talk there." The council room was smaller than the main hall, but the tension made it feel more crowded. A long wooden table ran through the center, polished from years of elbows and maps and arguments. Walls were lined with old maps of the valley and newer ones printed on bright paper, routes and borders marked with ink. High hollow elders took one side of the table, Gideon at the head. Kira and Rhea sat further down, technically not council, but allowed in as the Alpha's family and trusted voice. On the opposite side, Beckett took the seat facing Gideon, Luca's beside him. Cashin sat one chair back, close enough to lean in, far enough to pretend to be quiet if he wanted to. On the third side, Kellen sat with Lady Mara. His chair faced Gideon, giving him a clear view of both other alphas, and of Liora, who sat to Gideon's right, marked by position and scarf as future Luna. Liora folded her hands together on the table, the oath glass not present yet, but its absence somehow loud. Her watch ticked steadily on her wrist. She focused on that small, familiar sound while the room filled with breathing and shifting and a faint whisper of paper. "Thank you for coming," Gideon began, voice even. "We all have packs to tend and problems at home. I wouldn't have called you here without need." "We know," Beckett said. "You wouldn't risk the roads otherwise." Gideon nodded. "We are not here to trade blame," he said. "We are here to lay out what is happening." He started with High Hollow. "Hunts," he said. "Returning light. Elk avoiding their usual paths, moving as if something bigger is circling them. Meat spoiling faster than Rhea has ever seen. Trail accidents on routes we've walked since before my grandfather's time. Children nearly slipping where stone has always held." Each word landed heavy. Liora felt them like stones stacked on her chest. Her fingers tightened on each other. Beckett spoke next, voice clipped but steady. "We lost wagons on a route that's been safe for 5 winters, he said. "Horses spooked, axles snapped, a slope that never gave us trouble suddenly sliding under their hooves. My men are starting to call it an ill-favored path. I hate that phrase, but fear doesn't ask my permission." Lucas nodded once, jaw set, arms folded across his chest like he was holding something inside. Kellen followed. "Rogues near our borders," he said. "Mary and her pups attacked on the road. A storage cellar flooded by a freak wave that hit only that spot. Nets torn, fish spoiling too fast." His gaze moved briefly over the maps. "1 thing we fix, 2 we adjust. This many, this close together, it's too much to be random." Lady Mara added, calm but grim, "Our people have started whispering, and whispers become stories faster than truth." The room hummed with low agreement and unease. Elder Thorne leaned forward, hands clasped, eyes on the center of the table as if he could see something there that no one else could. 3 packs, he said slowly. 1 season, shared misfortune. There is an old name for this, the whisper curse. The word dropped into the space, like a stone into still water. A few elders murmured. Rhea's fingers twitched on her lap. Kira's gaze flicked to Liora, then away. Beckett's jaw tightened. Kellen's hand curled on the table, the tendons on the back of it standing out. Another elder cleared his throat. "The old line says," he said quietly, "when a pledged Luna breaks promise in her heart, the moon closes her hand." He did not look at Liora directly. The room did it for him. Wolves who had been careful not to stare before now let their eyes slide to the young woman at Gideon's right. Not openly accusing, not yet, just looking, measuring, searching. Gideon felt it, his jaw hardened. "We do not accuse my daughter on superstition," he said, tone sharpening. Thorne turned his gaze to him. "We don't accuse," he said. "We ask, for the valley's sake, we need to know if our foundation is cracked." His eyes shifted to Liora. "Liora Vale," he said. "You stand at the center of these accords. High Hollow to Shadow Ridge, High Hollow to Coastlight. We ask you simply, is your bond clean?" For a moment, she couldn't hear anything but her own heartbeat. It pounded at her throat, at the place where the scarf hid teeth marks and silver. The mark pulsed under the fabric as if it wanted to speak first. She felt Kellen's gaze on her like heat along one side of her face, heavy and unblinking. She felt Beckett's attention on the other side, cooler, steadier, waiting. She kept her eyes on Thorne. She could break everything right now with 1 sentence. No, she could admit what was already broken. Her fingers tightened so hard on each other her knuckles ached. "I have honored every command my father gave me," she said. Her voice surprised her by coming out steady. "I did not run from alliance. I went to Coastlight for the Moonflower when asked. I came to Shadow Ridge when invited. I have not broken any promise I spoke aloud." She did not say the word bond. She did not mention the mark. She answered the edge of the question and left the center untouched. The elders heard the gap. Beckett did too. His eyes narrowed slightly, not in anger but in thought. That was not the answer of someone with nothing to hide. But it also wasn't the smooth lie of a traitor. It sounded like a person trying to protect something fragile and bleeding without handing it over to be cut apart. Kellen's reaction was not quiet. His jaw clenched so hard a muscle jumped. The leg of his chair scraped softly over the floor as his thigh tensed. His hand on the table curled into a fist, knuckles whitening. Lady Mara's fingers slid calmly over his fist, pressing down just enough. "Not here," she murmured under her breath. He swallowed back whatever wanted to explode out of his chest, but the fury was visible. Cashin saw it, eyes sharpening, mouth curling at one corner with a small, ugly kind of satisfaction. If her bond were clean, Cashin thought, why would he look like that? Thorne sat back, eyes moving between Liora, Kellen, Beckett. A line formed between his brows, deepening. "Our stories," he said slowly, "mention 2 ways to calm fear when bond and duty clash." He counted them off on his fingers. "1," he said, "the silencing tea, a symbolic severing of any hidden bond, offered freely by the one whose heart is in question. The old tales say that if the bond was false, the valley calms. If it was true, the wolf goes quiet." Leora's stomach rolled. She imagined drinking something that would numb the part of her that howled whenever Kellen walked into a room. 2, Thorne went on, the witness moon. Those whose hearts are in question walk the ridge under her light and let her show whom she favors. If the moon shines, if her creatures settle, if the mark brightens, the bond is blessed. If the path turns against them, the curse stands. A low hum of unease moved around the table. Lady Mara's eyes narrowed at the mention of the tea. She had seen wolves who took it in old days, eyes dull, wolves slow. She knew exactly what it would do to Kellen and Liora. One look at her son told her he knew too. Beckett's hand tightened on the table. "You're talking about giving her a poison," he said, voice flat. Thorne shook his head. "Not poison, a purifying draught. It quiets what should not roam." Kellen went very still. It wasn't a relaxed stillness. It was the kind that came before a storm. "You would ask her to drink something that kills her wolf's truth," he said quietly, "and call that purity." Thorne's gaze flicked briefly to him. "We would not force it," he said. "The choice would be hers." Gideon rubbed a hand over his face, lines at his eyes deeper than they'd been a month ago. "You're asking my daughter," he said slowly, "to drink something that kills part of her, or to walk a ritual that might break these accords entirely." "We are saying," Thorne answered, "the valley needs a sign that this union is blessed, not cursed. If we do nothing, fear will eat us faster than hunger." Silence stretched. Gideon looked at Liora. For a second the Alpha dropped away and only her father remained, worn, worried, loving, afraid. She held his gaze. The mark under her scarf beat like a second heart. After more tense back and forth, no one had a solution they could live with yet. Thorne finally said, 3 days, then we reconvene. The Lunatibe must either take the tea or request the witness moon. Silence will not protect us anymore." The words landed with finality. Beckett's gaze slid back to Liora, eyes full of questions he still didn't voice. "Talk to me. Tell me the truth before someone else does." Kellen's hands curled into fists under the table. Lady Mara's fingers tightened around his wrist, a silent reminder that breaking the table in half wouldn't help anyone. The meeting adjourned. Wolves rose, chairs scraping. Papers were gathered. Maps were rolled. The low murmur of voices filled the air as people spilled out into the hall, carrying fear and speculation with them like smoke. Gideon's study was smaller and dimmer, lit by a single tall lamp and the fatting light from one window. Liora stood in the center of it, hands empty now, scarf still snug around her throat. The silence in here felt heavier than the council room's noise. Gideon stood by a cabinet and opened a narrow drawer. From inside, he took a small crystal vial, the oath glass. It had been in their family for generations, used in moments when words needed a weight no paper could match. He walked back and pressed it into Leora's palm. The glass was cool and smooth, heavier than it looked. A faint shimmer moved inside it, like trapped moonlight. "You will have to stand under the moon and swear who holds your bond," Gideon said quietly. "I cannot protect you from that." Her throat worked. "Father." He shook his head, cutting off whatever she thought she might say. "I know something is wrong," he said. "I don't know what, but I know you, and I know you're carrying something alone." His voice roughened. "I wish I could take it. I can't. I can only tell you this. Whatever you swear, you will live with it, and so will we." She looked down at her hand. Oath glass lay in her palm, cold and bright. The scarf sat heavy at her throat, hiding the mark that throbbed faintly beneath it, warm and insistent. Two truths, one visible, one not. She closed her fingers around the glass until her knuckles went white. It was late when the fortress settled into a quieter rhythm. Torches flickered lower in the halls. Most doors were closed. A few lanterns still burned in important rooms: Gideon's office, Ria's stores, a small sitting room where Kira was reading reports. Liora sat on the edge of her bed, the oath glass on her nightstand beside her mother's watch. She hadn't changed out of her council dress. The scarf was still in place, though it felt like it was choking her now. She stared at the glass for a long time. A soft knock came at her door. "Come in," she called, assuming it was Kira or Ria. The door opened without hesitation. Cashin stepped inside. He didn't wait for a second invitation. He closed the door behind him with a quiet click and leaned back against it, hands in his pockets, eyes scanning the room, then landing on her. Liora froze. "Excuse me," she said. "What are you doing in my room?" He pushed off the door and took a few casual steps forward. "Lovely space," he said. "Very future, Luna." "Cashin," she warned. "It's late, you shouldn't be here." He ignored the warning. His gaze dipped to the nightstand, lingered on the oath glass and her watch, then moved up to her scarf. "You know," he said, voice light, "for someone so devoted to alliance, you spend a strange amount of time in neutral places with other alphas." She stood slow and controlled. "You need to leave," she said. "Now." He reached out and caught her wrist. His fingers wrapped around it, not hard enough to bruise yet, but firm. Her breath hitched. Fear flashed through her eyes. Quick and sharp. "They're talking about curses and broken Luna promises," Cashin said, leaning in slightly. "About hidden bonds making the moon angry." His gaze slid to the scarf again. "I think I know exactly where that bond sits." Her heart hammered. "Let go," she said, voice low. "Who did you give it to, Liora?" he asked. "My cousin, or our good friend from the coast." Her eyes flared. "That's none of your business." "It becomes my business," he said, "when my alpha risks his roads and his men for a woman who might already belong to someone else." She tried to pull her wrist back. His grip tightened. Fear turned to anger. "Let go," she repeated louder now, "or I swear." The door flew open. Cashin barely had time to turn before a fist connected with his jaw for the second time that week. Kellen followed his own momentum into the room, catching Cashin full on, driving him back into the edge of the dresser. The impact rattled the oath glass on the nightstand, making it tremble. Cashin cursed, grabbing at the furniture to steady himself. Kellen stepped between him and Liora, shoulders loose but ready, every line of his body protective. His eyes were darker than usual wolf close, chest lifting and falling with controlled breaths. "Didn't you hear what the council said?" Kellen asked, voice low and deadly calm. "We give Gideon and Liora time." Cashin pressed his hand to his jaw, eyes blazing. "You're hitting me without reason," he spat. "I came to talk, that's all." Kellen's jaw flexed. "Grabbing her isn't talking," he said. "Standing in her room at this hour isn't talking." Footsteps pounded in the hall, 2 sets fast. Beckett reached the doorway first, Luca's right behind him. Beckett took in the scene in one sweep, Liora standing with her back near the bed, eyes wide, wrist red where Cashin had held her. Cashin half bent against the dresser, lip already swelling. Kellen in the middle, fists clenched. What is going on? Beckett snapped. Your friend here decided to interrogate Liora about her bond, Kellen said, not taking his eyes off Cashin. With his hand on her. Cashin straightened, outrage twisting his features. He barged in and hit me, he said. I was asking questions, that's all. He has no right to. Beckett crossed the room in 3 strides. The slap cracked across Cashin's cheek, sharp and clean. His head jerked to the side. Of course he will, Beckett said, breathing hard. What are you doing in my Luna's room at this hour? The words hung in the air. Kellen's jaw tightened at the phrase, my Luna. His wolf raked claws along his ribs. The mark under Liora's scarf pulsed so hard she thought it might burn through the fabric. Cashin stared at Beckett, stunned. You're taking his side, he demanded. He's the one hitting your blood. I'm taking the side of the person you just cornered, Beckett said, voice shaking with fury. I warned you once about using her name for your games. I won't warn you again. Cashin's gaze jumped to Liora. For a second, his eyes were full of something sharp and ugly. You will pay for this, he said quietly. Enough, Beckett snapped. Get out, Cashin. Cashin held his gaze a heartbeat too long, then pushed off the dresser and stalked past Kellen, shoulder brushing his on purpose. He left the room, Lucas following him with a look that said they'd be having their own argument later. Silence slid in behind them. Kellen stayed where he was, back half-turned to Liora, fists slowly unclenching. Beckett stood a few feet inside the room, breathing evening out, hands relaxed now but still ready. Liora swallowed, throat tight. Beckett looked at her, the anger in his face softening into concern. Are you all right? He asked. She nodded once. I'm fine, she said. It wasn't fully true, but it was what she had. His gaze dropped briefly to her wrist, where a faint red mark showed. His jaw ticked. I'll talk to Gideon about his access, Beckett said. Cashin doesn't step near you again without someone else present, ever. Thank you, she said quietly. He nodded, then glanced at Kellen. For a heartbeat, their eyes met, shared anger at the same man, but from different places. Beckett looked like he had more he wanted to say, questions he could have hurled into the space between them. He didn't. Not tonight. Not with Liora's eyes still wide and the council's words still echoing in the halls. He drew a breath, steadied himself, and stepped back toward the door. Rest, he told Liora. Tomorrow we try to untangle this mess in daylight. Yes, she said. He left, pulling the door half-closed behind him. Not all the way. A small courtesy, a small trust. Kellen turned then, slow, finally letting himself look fully at Liora. She stood by the bed, hand hovering over her own wrist now, scarf slightly askew. The oath glass on the nightstand gleamed faintly, catching the lamplight. You shouldn't have to deal with him alone, Kellen said. Apparently I don't, she answered, voice dry but shaking at the edges. His mouth quirked, but his eyes were serious. 3 days, he said softly. Then they'll try to make you choose what to cut out of yourself. I know, she whispered. They stood there, not touching, the distance between them crowded with everything they couldn't say in this room. Under her scarf, the mark throbbed in quiet agreement with the bond. Under his ribs, his wolf paced, jealous and stubborn and unwilling to back down from the way Beckett had said my Luna. Outside, down the hall and in other rooms, 3 packs tried to sleep under the same moon that had started all of this. The moon didn't care whose jealousy burned hotter, whose trust was cleaner, whose hands shook more. She just kept shining on the valley, waiting to see what they would do with the next 3 nights. Chapter 8, 3 nights before the moon. Morning came like a weight, not a mercy. Liora woke on her side, still in yesterday's soft shift, blanket twisted around her hips. For a second, she didn't remember where she was in the tangle of days, then her gaze fell on the nightstand. The oath glass lay beside her mother's watch, catching the pale light leaking around the curtains. The crystal looked small, almost harmless. A faint shimmer moved inside it, like someone had trapped a breath of moonlight in there and was waiting for her to spend it. Her fingers drifted toward it without thinking. Cold met her skin. She curled her hand around it and lay back on the pillow with it pressed to her chest, staring up at the carved beams in the ceiling. 3 days to decide who I belong to. Her throat tightened. She turned her head toward the window instead, blinking until the beams blurred. After a while, she set the oath glass down carefully and forced herself upright. The room smelled like old wood, wolf, and the faint trace of herbal salve from where she dabbed at her mark the night before. The scarf lay folded on the chair. She padded over to the mirror and, just for a moment, slipped the collar of her shift aside. The mark at her collarbone glowed faintly, a pale silver thread in the early light. Not dramatic, not blazing, just real. She stared at it, jaw clenched, then let the fabric fall and picked up the scarf. The silk brushed her fingers, familiar now. She wrapped it around her throat with practiced hands, knotting it steady and snug, hiding the glow out of sight. There, dutiful daughter, future Luna, problem wrapped in cloth. Someone knocked on her door. Liora, Ria's voice, warm but tired. I'm awake, Liora called. Coming. She grabbed her watch, clipped it onto her wrist, and stepped into the hall. Breakfast felt like sitting in the heart of a storm that refused to break. The long table held bread, eggs, fruit, meat, enough food to look generous to guests, even with stores running thinner than they should. Gideon sat at the head, shoulders squared. Liora took the seat on his right. Kira, Ria, 2 elders, and a junior scribe filled in the rest. Beckett wasn't there. Someone said he was with Lucas, reviewing routes. Kellen wasn't there either, probably kept to the guest wing or training grounds. High Hollow had its lines between family space and diplomatic space, even when everyone was living on top of each other. Small talk tried to live and died quickly. Ria asked about the bread, if the baker had used the last of the good flour. One elder commented on the weather, as if clear skies meant anything when the moon herself felt angled wrong. Kira poured tea with precise, careful movements. No one said silencing tea. No one said witness moon. The words hung over them anyway. Liora pushed a piece of bread around her plate more than she ate it. Her watch ticked on her wrist, each second too loud. At one point, Gideon glanced at her scarf, then at her face, then back to his own plate. His mouth stayed in a straight line. When breakfast finally ended, he stood and said, "Walk with me." She rose without argument and followed him out to the veranda. The air outside was cool, the kind that hinted at winter leaning in. From the veranda, the valley spread out, forest, river, distant ridges. Prayer flags along the rail fluttered and snapped in the wind. Gideon braced his hands on the stone edge and stared out for a long moment before speaking. "If you take the tea," he said, voice low, "this all settles. The valley calms. The accords stand. High Hollow keeps its promises. Shadow Ridge doesn't lose face. Coastlight stops getting blamed for storms it didn't call." "I know," Liora said. She stepped up beside him, fingers resting on the cool stone. The scarf felt tight around her neck. "And if the bond the tea cuts is real?" she asked quietly. He shut his eyes just for a second. When he opened them, he still didn't look at her. "Then we live with that too," he said. "We will grieve what's lost, but we will have peace." "Whose peace?" she asked. He flinched the smallest movement. "Liora." "I'm not trying to fight you," she said, softer. I need you to say it straight. If I drink it and it cuts something real, I lose him. And myself. You lose an alliance problem. Is that the trade you're asking me to make?" He finally turned his head and looked at her. He looked older than he had a month ago, lines at the corners of his eyes, shadows under them. "I am asking you," he said slowly, "to keep this valley from tearing itself apart, however you manage it." That hurt more than if he'd shouted. She nodded once, staring out at the far ridge. "Thank you for the honesty," she said. He sighed, soft and rough, and reached out like he might touch her shoulder. His hand hovered a second, then dropped. "I never meant to raise you into a cage," he said. "You didn't," she said. "You raised me into a bridge." "Bridges crack when people drag too much over them," he answered. They stood there a moment longer. Then he squeezed her arm once, brief, careful, and left her with the flags and the wind. Kira waited in Liora's room, sitting on the edge of the bed, with the patience of someone who knew exactly how long breakfast would last. "Your scarf is crooked," she said by way of greeting. "Good morning to you too," Liora muttered. Kira stood and crossed the room. "Turn," she said. Liora turned. Kira's fingers were quick and sure at the knot, loosening it, smoothing the fabric, tightening it again. Her touch was gentle, but her jaw was set. "If you choose witness moon," Kira said quietly, adjusting the ends, "and it shows another Alpha instead of Beckett, this house might never forgive you." Liora swallowed. "If I drink the tea," she said, "I might never forgive myself." Kira let the scarf fall against her skin. They met each other's eyes in the mirror. "I am not saying what I want as your friend," Kira said. "As your friend, I want you to pick the thing that lets you sleep at night." Her mouth tightened. "As a wolf of this house, I have to warn you that the witness moon could burn everything down." Liora gave a small, humorless huff. "Feels like it's burning anyway." Kira's expression softened. "Whatever you do," she said, "do it because you chose it, not because you were backed into a corner and closed your eyes." Liora nodded. Her fingers drifted up to her scarf again after Kira stepped back, like her body couldn't stop checking the knot. Kellen lasted almost an hour on the training grounds before his focus gave up. High hollow warriors circled in pairs in the packed dirt ring, sparring in human form, then shifting into wolves for short drills. The clang of wooden practice weapons and the thud of bodies hitting the ground undercut the buzz of low conversation from watching wolves. Kellen stood at the edge with his arms folded, trying to pay attention as a young warrior overextended on a feint. "Keep your weight centered," he called. "Don't give them all of you for one swing." The warrior corrected, breathing hard, nodding. It should have been easy to sink into the rhythm. He liked drills. They made sense. Put in work, get stronger. Learn the pattern, adjust the pattern. But his gaze kept dragging away from the ring toward the upper balcony. Liora stood there with Beckett. From this distance, Kellen could see only outlines and small details. The fall of Liora's hair down her back, the dark curve of her scarf, the white of Beckett's shirt sleeves. A servant held a ledger open for them on a stand. Beckett leaned in, pointing at some line item. His hand brushed Liora's elbow as he did. The touch was casual, thoughtless, familiar in a way that made Kellen's wolf bare its teeth. He dragged his gaze back to the ring. The young warrior stumbled again. "Stop thinking about your feet," Kellen said. "Think about theirs. Win that, the rest follows." One of his rangers from Coastlight gave him a quick side-eye. They both knew he wasn't following his own advice. He stayed long enough to bark a few more corrections, then stepped away from the ring. The training grounds opened into a side corridor that led around the main hall. The stone there stayed cool and shaded most of the day, lined with old family portraits and shelves of scrolls. Lady Mara waited at the far end, arms folded, watching him approach. "Don't start," he said before she could open her mouth. She arched a brow. "I haven't said a word yet." "You're thinking them very loudly." She stepped into his path. "Kellen," she said, tone low, "stop looking at her like she's already yours in front of another Alpha. You're not helping her." "She is mine," he snapped. The words came out before he could filter them. Mara's gaze sharpened. "You think I don't know that," she said. "I can smell it on you every time she walks into a room." He turned his head away, jaw tight. "Then why are you telling me to pretend otherwise?" he muttered. "Because the way you look at her right now," Mara said, "might feel like a promise to you, but to everyone else in this house it looks like a threat. It makes Beckett defensive. It makes Gideon push harder. It paints a target on her back she doesn't need." He closed his eyes for a second. "How am I supposed to stand there while he touches her like?" he started, then cut himself off. "What?" Mara asked. "Like a man who's been raised for 10 years to think she'll be his wife." He said nothing. Mara's voice softened. "I'm not telling you to stop loving her," she said. "I'm telling you to help her survive this without burning every bridge she has. If you want her to walk the ridge with you, she needs more than just you when it's done. She needs a home to live in. He leaned back against the wall, head thumping softly against stone. I hate that you're right, he muttered. It's one of my talents, she said. Use it. He let out a long breath, then pushed off the wall. Fine, he said. I'll try. You'll do more than try, she said, but she stepped aside, letting him pass. He found Liora where he'd expected her, the small side garden near the stables, where High Hollow kept a few herbs and flowers that didn't mind rain and wind. She knelt by a bed of moonflowers, fingers brushing dirt from a leaf. Her scarf glowed softly where the sun caught it. The oath glass bulged the pocket of her dress, pulling the fabric down slightly on one side. He didn't mean to soften his steps, but he did. She still heard him. Alpha, she said, without looking up. Are you here to inspect the plants for curses, too? Only if they start throwing stones, he said. She huffed a small laugh and stood, brushing soil off her palms. They faced each other across a small patch of green. So, she said, how's the training ground? Any warriors hitting where they're supposed to instead of whatever they're jealous of? He gave her a look. You saw us. I saw you, she said, trying very hard to look anywhere but the balcony. He swallowed, the corner of his mouth twitching. You seem comfortable with him, he said, before he could stop himself. The words came out a little sharper than he intended. Her chin lifted. He trusts me, she said. That's more than I deserve right now. You don't belong to him, Liora, Kellen said quietly. Something in her snapped. I belong to everyone but myself right now, she shot back. To my father, to the elders, to a valley that wants a pretty story about a Luna who saves them all. To you, to Beckett. Everyone has a version of me they're asking me to hold up. I'm the only one who has to live in the skin under all of them. They stared at each other. Wind moved through the garden, tugging at leaves. His hands flexed at his sides, wanting to reach for her, then stopping. Her fingers twitched toward him and then curled into fists instead. No kiss, no stolen touch, just a distance that felt thinner than air. He took a breath, let his shoulders drop a fraction. If you drink their tea, he said, softer now, you cut us apart. The curse doesn't end, your wolf just stops answering. You'd still be carrying it, you'd just be too numb to feel it. She swallowed, throat working. If you walk the ridge with me, he went on, and the moon chooses us, nothing they say can erase that. They can call it curse or blessing all they want. It won't change the truth. That truth could destroy 3 packs, she whispered. That lie could destroy you, he answered. She looked away, toward the line of trees beyond the wall. I can't promise you anything yet, she said. Every choice feels like a knife pointed at someone. I'm not asking for a promise, he said, even though part of him was. I'm asking you not to let them scare you into killing your own truth. Her eyes flicked back to his. For a long moment, they just stood there with the wind moving around them and the scent of earth and wolf, and something electric between them. Then footsteps sounded at the far gate, voices carrying. She stepped back. He did too. She left first, heading toward the house with her spine straight. He watched her go, his jealousy tangled with something more desperate, fear that when she finally chose, she would choose safety over the bond that burned between them. Beckett stood on the wall walk with Lucas, looking out over the slopes where wagons would have rolled, if the road still behaved. Training grounds look decent, Lucas said, nodding to the ring below. They do, Beckett answered. That Coastlight Alpha spends a lot of time watching the balcony, Lucas added, like he was commenting on the weather. Beckett's mouth thinned. You think I don't see it? He asked. Lucas shrugged. Habit to say things out loud, he said, makes them less likely to ambush you later. And Cashin says, he started. Cashin, Beckett cut in, can't stand anyone being more important than him. He also barged into the future Luna's room at night and grabbed her wrist, so his opinion counts for less than the dirt under my boots right now. Lucas gave a small smile. Fair. Beckett's fingers tapped restlessly against the stone. He does look at her like there's history, Lucas said. There is history, Beckett said quietly. I just don't know whose. He found Liora near the cliff path, as evening dragged shadows long across the valley. Walk with me, he asked, stopping a polite distance away. She hesitated, then nodded. They walked side by side along the worn trail that edged the cliffs. The drop wasn't sheer, but it was far enough down that a fall would hurt more than pride. Prayer flags fluttered on poles hammered into the rock, their faded colors snapping in the wind. For a few minutes, they said nothing. If there's something I should know, Beckett said finally, eyes on the distant tree line. Tell me now. I'd rather hear it from you than from whispers. Her chest tightened. There are things I don't know how to say yet, she admitted. He nodded slowly. I won't drag it out of you in front of elders, he said. I'm not interested in watching thorn chew on your heart on the council floor. She glanced at him. He looked at her scarf, really looked. His gaze lingered on the place where fabric met skin, where the faint outline of the mark might show if the light hit right. Whatever happens with the moon, he said, I want to stand beside you, not behind gossip. Guilt hit her so hard she had to stop walking. He halted too, turning to face her. If the moon chooses you for someone else, he said, simple and blunt, it will break a lot of things, my pack's pride, my father's old plans, the accords they've leaned on for years. His mouth twisted. It'll break my plans too. She swallowed. Beckett. I am not saying it won't hurt, he said. I'm saying I will still respect the choice. I won't chain a Luna who belongs in another light. Her eyes burned. You're making it very hard to be worth that faith, she whispered. He studied her face, the way she wouldn't quite meet his eyes, the hand that kept drifting to her scarf and pulling it a little tighter, like she was holding something in place under there. I know there's something between you and him, Beckett said, not unkindly. She went utterly still. I see the way he looks at you, he added. I see the way you flinch when anyone says the word bond too close to your name. He lifted a shoulder. I could pretend I don't, but I think we all have enough lies on the table. She drew a breath that shook on the way in. I don't want to hurt you, she said. He smiled, small and sad. Too late for that, he said. Question is whether you do it with a knife or with the truth. They started walking again. As they came back around toward the mansion, they passed a side corridor where Kellen stood with Lady Mara. Liora felt his gaze before she saw him. Beckett's hand brushed her elbow again, guiding her around a loose stone. Kellen's eyes tracked that hand. The jealousy there was sharp enough to cut. Beckett saw it. His jaw tightened for the space of a heartbeat, then he smoothed his face and nodded. Alpha Kellen, he said. Kellen, Liora echoed, barely more than a breath. Alpha Beckett, Kellen answered, tone level but not warm. For a heartbeat, understanding passed between the two men. Beckett now knew what kind of storm sat under Kellen's calm. Kellen knew Beckett was not as blind as he might have hoped. Then the moment passed, they moved on. The elders met with Gideon in the small council antechamber, but their voices carried down the hall. Liora didn't mean to overhear. She'd been on her way to Ria's stores when the words stopped her. 3 days is generous, Elder Thorne was saying. Fear spreads faster than any decree. If she chooses the tea, we must brew it under a clear sky before the next storm gives them new stories. And if she chooses the witness moon, another elder asked. Then we need lookouts along the ridge, and wolves to keep the younger ones from turning a sacred rite into a spectacle, Thorne replied. We treat it with respect. Whatever sign we get, we live with it. Liora stood in the shadow of a pillar, feeling less like a person and more like a problem to schedule. She slipped away before they stepped out. The kitchens hummed with low talk as she passed. Will she drink it? One Omega whispered over a pot. Maybe she'll walk with Beckett, another said. Then at least everything stays neat. And if she walks alone, a younger wolf asked. Hush, the first one murmured as they noticed Liora in the doorway. Back to work. A child near the bread table looked up at her with big eyes. Is the Luna in trouble? They asked, before their mother shushed them and sent them outside. Liora forced her shoulders back and her head high as she walked through, pretending the words didn't cut. In Ria's small workroom, surrounded by shelves of herbs and jars, things felt a little quieter. Kira sat at the table, rolling bandages. Ria sorted dried roots into neat piles. Kira looked up first. "You heard the elders," she guessed. "Enough," Liora said. Kira's mouth pressed flat. "The witness moon could expose everything," Kira said. "If you walk with the wrong man, the valley sees it. The story becomes Liora broke us instead of the moon chose otherwise." Ria shook her head. "A Luna with no wolf song is a statue, not a woman," she said. "I've seen it before. They drink the tea and they smile, and something behind their eyes never quite wakes up again." Liora sank onto a stool, elbows on her knees, hands hanging loose. "So no matter what, I hurt someone," she said. "Either I cut my wolf and Kellen apart, or I cut Beckett's future out from under him, or I tear this house in half." "That's what it means to stand where you stand," Ria said softly. "You're not choosing whether someone gets hurt. You're choosing what kind of hurt you can live with." Kira reached out and squeezed Liora's hand. "I will stay," she said. "Whatever you choose, I might yell at you, but I'll stay." It wasn't a solution, but it was something. Night before the decision, the fortress felt too quiet. Liora sat at her small desk, oath glass in one hand, her mother's watch in the other. The lamp threw a warm circle of light over the wood, everything beyond that faded into shadow. She set the watch down and, heart hammering, reached up to untie the scarf. The knot came loose. The fabric slid away from her throat. She stood, moved to the mirror, and pulled the collar of her nightdress aside. The mark at her collarbone glowed faintly in the lamplight, silver thread under skin. Not huge, not dramatic, just there. A truth stamped onto her body whether she wanted it or not. If I erase this, she thought, I erase the only time I ever chose for myself. Someone knocked on her door, soft. She grabbed the scarf and draped it loosely back around her neck, not tied, just covering enough, then padded over and opened the door a crack. Kellen stood there, leaning one shoulder lightly against the frame, keeping his hands at his sides like he'd practiced. "I won't come in," he said, before she could tell him not to. "I just needed to say something while it's still yours to hear and not theirs." She stepped back slightly, letting him see her face. "Go on," she said. His gaze flicked to the scarf, then up to her eyes. "Whatever you decide tomorrow," he said quietly, "don't let them scare you into killing your truth. Not for me, not for Beckett, not for your father. If you choose the tea, let it be because you truly think the bond is wrong, not because a room full of old wolves was louder than your own heart." Her chest ached. "That's a lot of faith for someone who lied today," she whispered. "You didn't lie," he said. "You answered the piece of the question you felt safe touching. I saw the rest caught in your throat." Her throat worked. "I don't know how to walk out of this without breaking something I care about," she said. "You're the only one who can decide what you refuse to break," he answered. For a second she thought he might reach up, touch her cheek, tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. He didn't. He curled his hands into fists instead, knuckles pale. "Sleep if you can," he said. "I'll see you in the council room." He turned and walked away, back straight, shoulders tight. Later, there was another knock. Beckett this time, jacket off, shirt sleeves rolled, hair mussed like he'd been running his hands through it. "Can I?" he asked. "Doorframe seems busy tonight," she said, trying for a weak joke. He huffed a breath. "I'll keep it short," he promised. She stepped back enough that he could see her, but not enough to make it an invitation inside. The scarf was tied again now, hiding the glow. "I won't make this choice for you," he said. "Elders might try. My father would if he were still alive, but I won't." She stared at him. "I will stand where you tell me to stand," he went on. "By your side for the tea, or on the ridge for the witness moon, or a step back if that's where you need me. But it has to be your voice that says it, not mine." Her eyes burned again, for a different reason. "Why are you being like this?" she asked, voice a little raw. "You should be yelling, demanding, throwing your title at me." He smiled, sad and small. Because I've seen what happens when an alpha tries to drag someone into a bond they don't want, he said. It rots everyone involved. I'd rather lose with my dignity than win with your wolf dead in your eyes. That line cut straight through her. Kellen's desperate honesty and Beckett's quiet, stubborn trust, Liora felt stretched thin enough to tear. She stood there in the doorway after Beckett walked away, hand on the frame, scarf tight at her throat, breathing a little too fast. The hall was empty again. Somewhere down below, wolves were still moving, kitchens clattered, a child laughed and got hushed. Life went on like nothing was breaking. Her knees finally gave up first. Liora shut the door, pressed her back to it, and slid down until she sat on the floor, skirt pooling around her, palms flat on the cool stone. Her eyes burned. She blinked hard once, twice, then the first tear slipped free. That was all it took. The rest followed in a hot blur she couldn't stop. 3 days to choose. 3 men who would bleed in different ways depending on what she did. A valley leaning on a story of her wedding like it was a pillar holding the sky. She stayed there until her breathing turned ragged and the room felt too small. Then she pushed herself up, wiped her face with the heel of her hand, and walked back to the door. Her feet took her down the hall before her head had totally caught up. She wasn't sure which room she meant to go to, her father's, Ria's, Kiera's, empty guest rooms, but she turned a corner and almost collided with Beckett instead. He had one hand braced against the wall, head bowed, eyes closed. When she almost ran into him, his arm snapped out on instinct, catching her elbow, steadying her. "Easy," he said, the word soft. Liora looked up at him, and whatever she'd been trying to hold in just broke. She grabbed his hand with both of hers and lifted it, pressing his knuckles to her forehead like she'd seen wolves do in old surrender rites. Tears spilled over again, hot and sudden. "I'm sorry," she choked. "Hey," he said gently. "Liora, look at me." He set his other hand on her shoulder and eased her back just enough so he could see her face. His thumb brushed away a tear almost without thinking, like it was natural to do that now. "What happened?" he asked. "Did Thorn corner you again? Did someone?" "It's me," she cut in. "It's all me." He frowned, worry lining his brow. "You're scaring me a little," he admitted. She let go of his hand long enough to shove the door to her room open and step back inside, pulling him with her by the wrist. "Close it," she said. He hesitated for half a heartbeat, then did what she asked, shutting them into the quiet dim of her room. The lamp was still lit on the desk. The bed was unmade. She stood in the middle of the floor with her hands, shaking slightly. "Liora," Beckett said softer, "talk to me." She reached for the knot of the scarf, with fingers that didn't want to cooperate. "I can't keep asking you to trust me and then hiding this," she whispered. "It's wrong." He drew a breath, his gaze fixed on her hands now, on the fabric. "Only if you're sure," he said. "I'm not sure about anything except that lying is worse," she said. The knot came loose. She unwound the scarf slowly, the silk sliding against her skin, and let it fall to the floor. The mark at her collarbone shone clear and unmistakable in the lamplight, a faint crescent of silver where teeth had broken skin, the moon's answer etched into her. Beckett froze. For a long heartbeat, he didn't even blink. His eyes locked on that small glowing thread like the whole world had narrowed to that point. He'd known there was something. He felt it, smelled it, watched Kellen's gaze and Leora's flinches, but knowing and seeing were 2 different blows. His vision blurred. He swallowed hard, but tears still stung his eyes. "When?" he asked, voice rough. "How long have you been carrying this?" She wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly cold without the scarf. "I have been fed since childhood that I am supposed to marry you," she said, words tumbling out now, too fast to stop. "Everyone kept saying it, my father, the council, even the kitchen staff. Shadow Ridge Luna, Beckett's future, like it was a title I was born with. I never questioned it, not once, not until they set the date and it felt like the walls moved in." She drew a shaky breath. "And then the moonflower," she whispered. "The whole forest, the rain, Kellen on the trail, The way my wolf reacted to him, I tried to stay in my duty, I swear I did. But I felt the pull and her mouth trembled. We mated, in secret. And in that moment when everything in me was reaching for him, he ended up marking me. Silence, only their breathing and the faint tick of her watch. Beckett lifted a hand and scrubbed it over his face once. I trusted you, he said quietly. I asked you so many times if there was something I needed to know. In your room, on the cliff path, in front of elders. I gave you chance after chance and you still didn't tell me. I thought you wouldn't understand, she said helplessly. I thought if I said it out loud it would ruin everything. The accords, the pacts, you. He let out a rough laugh that wasn't really a laugh. You think this doesn't ruin me anyway? He asked. You're standing in front of me with another alpha's mark glowing on your skin, and I'm supposed to pretend it's not there. She flinched. I'm sorry, she said again. The words felt small and thin. He stared at her for a long moment, jaw tight, chest rising and falling too fast. Then something in his face eased, just a fraction. I have loved you, he said, since the moment I was old enough to understand that we were promised to each other. Her breath caught. I didn't know you yet, he went on. You were just a name and a story, High Hollow's daughter, but I still built my life around the idea of you. I trained for you. I fought for a pack that would be strong enough for you. I made every decision thinking, would this honor the Luna who's coming? A tear slipped free and cut a line down his cheek. He didn't bother wiping this one away. I never forced you, he said. I tried not to. I didn't want to be another alpha who uses his title to trap a woman in a life she can't breathe in. All I ever really asked for from you was the truth. Her chest hurt so bad she had to press her hand flat over her ribs. I was a coward, she said. I kept thinking if I stayed quiet, maybe the moon would change its mind, or the mark would fade, or I'd somehow learn how to love you the way you deserve. I wanted all of it at once. You, him, peace, no one hurt. That's not how this works. He stepped closer, slowly, like he was approaching a wounded animal. May I? He asked and nodded toward the mark. She swallowed and nodded. His fingers were warm when they brushed her collarbone, calloused but careful. The moment his skin touched the outline of the mark, the silver brightened, pulsing faintly under his hand. Not for him, but not ignoring him either, a witness more than a gift. He let his hand rest there for a moment, eyes on it. I was never your true mate, he said quietly, not in the way that matters to the moon. She opened her mouth to argue, but he shook his head. You don't have to choose between the witness moon and the tea, he said. I'll deal with it. Liora blinked, confused. What does that mean? She asked. You can't drink it for me, you're not the one marked. He exhaled, a long, steady breath, like he was setting something down inside himself. It means, Beckett said, I go to the council and tell them the truth before they drag you up a ridge or hand you a cup. It means I stand there and say you were never mine to hold. They want a story to hang this curse on. Fine. I'll give them one that doesn't end with your wolf crushed between their rules. Her eyes flooded again. Why are you doing this? She whispered. Why would you stand up there and let everyone see you lose me? Because I love you, Liora, he said, and I want your happiness instead of keeping you like a prize on a shelf. Tears burned her eyes hot and fast. You're going to break your own heart in front of them, she said. Better I do it, he answered, than watch them break you. She took a small, stumbling step forward and wrapped her arms around him. He froze for half a second, then folded her in, one hand between her shoulder blades, the other on the back of her head, holding her like something fragile and precious. She pressed her face into his chest and let herself sob once, harsh and unpretty. Forgive me, she whispered into the fabric of his shirt. Working on it, he said, voice rough. Ask me again after I stop seeing his mark every time I close my eyes. She let out a shaky breath that was almost a laugh. After a few long breaths, he eased back, hands on her shoulders. We're going to do this with our heads up, he said. No more hiding, no more scarves. She nodded. She didn't know if she was ready. She knew she was done being afraid. The council answered Beckett's request faster than she expected. By mid-morning, the great hall was filling, elders in their carved chairs, Gideon at the head, Rhea and Kira along one side, Lady Mara near Kellen, who stood with arms folded, jaw set, eyes already tracing every movement Liora made. Beckett held Leora's hand as they entered, his grip warm and steady. It wasn't a claim anymore. It felt like an anchor. She could feel Kellen's gaze on the back of her neck, like a touch. She didn't dare look at him yet. The hall buzzed with murmurs. Everyone had heard that the Shadow Ridge Alpha had called this meeting himself. Some thought he was about to demand the tea. Some thought he'd insist on the witness moon. No one guessed he was there to cut his own story open. Gideon's expression was wary as they approached. "Alpha Beckett," he said, "you asked for this council, speak." Beckett squeezed Leora's hand once, then let go and stepped forward into the center of the hall. "There is no need for the witness moon," he said clearly, "and there is no need for the silencing tea." The room erupted in murmurs. Some elders frowned. Some stared in disbelief. Even Thorne's thin brows shot up. "Explain yourself," Thorne said. Beckett's gaze swept the room. The elders, Gideon, Mara, Kellen, the watching pack wolves lining the walls. "Did anyone ask Liora what she actually wanted?" he said, voice cutting clean through the noise. "Or did everyone just stand here trying to trade her to me because it made the accords easier?" Silence slammed down like a dropped stone. Tears pricked the backs of Leora's eyes again. Kellen's hands clenched at his sides. Lady Mara looked at Beckett with something like surprise, softening her sternness. Gideon's face tightened. "Beckett." "No," Beckett said, not rudely, but with firm finality. "You will have your turn. You've had a lifetime of turns. Now it's mine." He looked back at the elders. "You talk about curses and oaths," he said. "About stories that say, when a pledged Luna breaks promise in her heart, the moon closes her hand. Fine, let's talk about broken promises." He turned, eyes hard now. "Alpha Gideon, for once you should have tried to know your daughter beyond the alliance you built on her name." The words hit like a blow. Gideon's eyes dropped to the floor for a moment, shame washing over his face. Rhea's hand closed around the edge of her chair so tightly her knuckles went white. Kira looked at Liora, eyes bright. Leora's whole body trembled, but she stayed where she was, shoulders straight. Beckett pivoted then, gaze landing on Kellen. "And you, Alpha Kellen," he said. "Why didn't you ever try to bring the truth out? If you knew the moon marked her for you, why stand there in council and let everyone circle her like vultures?" Kellen's jaw flexed. He took a slow breath, eyes never leaving Beckett's. "Because she didn't want the truth to come out," Kellen said, voice low but steady. "She chose duty over her heart. I wasn't going to drag her into the light by the scruff of her neck in front of her father and the valley. That's not love. That's ego." Beckett's gaze held his for a long, charged beat. Then Beckett nodded once. "Fair," he said. "Then let me be the one who's done hiding." He turned back to the elders. "Kellen and Liora are true mates," he said, every word sharp and clear. "That's why the moon is turning on us. Not because she's wicked, not because the valley is cursed, because we are trying to suppress a bond that was never ours to control." The hall boiled over. Shouts, gasps, curses. Someone stood up, someone else yanked them back down. The younger wolves along the walls looked torn between awe and fear. Cashin stared, stunned, mouth open. Thorne slammed the end of his staff on the floor. The sound cracked through the room like a whip. "Silence," he snapped. "We will not turn this into a market brawl." Leora's heart pounded so hard she felt it in her fingers. Beckett lifted a hand, palm out, and looked back at her. "Liora," he said, softer, "show them." Her throat closed. The old fear rose, thick and strangling. But then she looked at him, the man who was standing there cutting his own future in half for her, and at Kellen, who was watching her like his whole life hung on her next breath, and at Gideon, who looked like someone had just forced him to see the cracks in his own house. She took a step forward into the center, beside Beckett. Her hands shook again as she reached up, grabbed the edge of her scarf, and pulled it free. Gasps spread like wildfire. The mark at her collarbone glowed bright in the hall light, silver and sure. Not faint now. not shy. The moonmark pulsed with her heartbeat, undeniable. Elder Thorne leaned forward, eyes narrowed, not in disgust but in deep, calculating attention. "That is not Beckett's bite," one of the elders whispered. "Of course it isn't," another muttered. "Shadow Ridge bites on the shoulder, that's coastlight placement." Kellen stood very still, every muscle braced, like his wolf was keeping him from stepping forward and just grabbing her. Beckett looked at the mark for one long moment, pain and acceptance tangled on his face, then lifted his gaze back to the council. "Liora will marry Kellen this spring," he said, "and we will stop pretending the moon doesn't know what she's doing." Thorne opened his mouth, eyes blazing. "You don't simply rewrite." "Yes, we do," Beckett cut in. "Because the alternative is letting fear chew us to pieces. You want to blame something for the bad hunts and broken nets. Blame our stubbornness. Blame me, if you like. Blame the alpha idiot who loved a woman so much he clung to a promise even when the moon carved another man's name on her skin." His voice cracked on the last words. He didn't hide it. He turned to Gideon then, facing him fully. "And you're afraid," Beckett said, "that if she doesn't marry me, I'll break every alliance my father built with you, cut off trade, turn my wagons around, let your valley starve to prove a point." His mouth twitched. "You're wrong." Gideon's throat worked. "Beckett," he started. "We will continue our alliances," Beckett said firmly. "Shadow Ridge will keep its trade routes open. We will hunt for you when winters are thin. We will stand with you against rogues. Not because you're handing me a Luna, but because it's the right thing for packs to do when they share a valley." The elders stared at him like they'd never seen him before. "You would suffer this insult," one of them said, "and still keep your hand open." "This isn't an insult," Beckett said tiredly. "It's a hard truth. There's a difference." He turned his head slightly toward Kellen, who hadn't moved from his place, eyes almost black with contained emotion. "Come here," Beckett said. For a second, Kellen didn't move. Then he stepped forward 1, 2, 3 strides until he stood in front of Beckett and Liora. Up close, the air around them crackled with scent and bond and emotion. Beckett looked Kellen dead in the eye. "Keep her happy," he said. "That's all I want out of this." Kellen's jaw flexed. His eyes shone, but no tears fell. "I will," he said, "on my life." Beckett took one small step closer, then did something that made the entire hall hold its breath. He pulled Kellen into a brief, fierce hug. It wasn't long. Just a hard grip of arms and shoulders, a thump on the back, 2 alphas sharing something bigger than pride. Then he stepped back. "Try not to make me regret not punching you," Beckett said quietly. Kellen's mouth twitched just a little. "I'll do my best," he said. Liora stood there between them, skin buzzing, heart aching, eyes burning. Elder Thorne tapped his staff again, quieter now. "The moonmark is clear," he said, voice measured. "The curse stories always said the moon would close her hand when promises were twisted. Perhaps she's opening it again now that we stop fighting what's written on her child's skin." He looked at Liora, and for the first time there was something like respect in his gaze, not just scrutiny. "Liora Vale," he said, "you will carry a heavy task as Luna between 3 packs, as Pathwarden if you accept it. Are you willing to stand between High Hollow, Shadow Ridge, and Coastlight and keep their roads straight?" Liora swallowed. She thought of the girl tying flags at the cliff edge, trying to be whatever they needed. Of the woman in the forest choosing herself for the first time. Of the man who loved her enough to let go. Of the man whose mark shone on her skin. "Yes," she said, "but this time I choose it." Thorne nodded. Slowly, other elders followed. Gideon stood. He walked down from his place and stopped in front of her. "I am sorry," he said, and his voice shook. "I was so busy being Alpha that I forgot to be your father. I saw you as the bridge, not the person walking on it. Can you forgive me someday?" Tears spilled over again. "Someday," she said. "Not today, but yes, someday." He nodded, accepting that. He turned to Beckett. "You honor your pack and mine," he said. "Your father would be proud." Beckett's throat worked. "Let's all try to be worth the stories they tell about us after this," he said. Spring came slower that year, but when it did, it came in earnest. Snow on the ridges loosened and slid away. The river swelled and then steadied. Elk trails returned to their old patterns. Nets came up heavy with fish along the coast again. Storage cellars stayed dry. No more strange accidents, no more ruined meat. The valley whispered a different story now. On a clear evening under a wide, honest sky, 3 packs gathered on the ridge for a wedding that had not been in anyone's original plans, and yet felt, suddenly, like the only one that had ever made sense. Liora stood at the cliff edge in soft white and gray, not a princess gown, but something she could move in, a dress that held both the mountain and the sea in its lines. Her hair fell loose down her back, a few small braids threaded with thin silver ribbon. Her mother's watch circled her wrist, ticking steady. Her throat was bare. The mark at her collarbone shone openly now, silver and sure. No scarf, no hiding. Kellen waited for her beneath an arch of woven branches and prayer flags, dressed in dark coastlight leathers and a high hollow cloak, a band of shadow ridge silver at his wrist, 3 packs on his shoulders and in his vows. He looked more dangerous than any story said, and more gentle than any rumor gave him credit for. As she walked toward him, wind tugged at her skirt. The packs watched, high hollow to one side, shadow ridge to another, coastlight circling the back, Mary's pups tumbling near the front with wide eyes. Gideon walked at Leora's side for the first few steps, then stopped and let her go the rest of the way alone. "Walk where you want," he murmured, "not where we push." She nodded, throat thick, and kept moving. Beckett stood with his people, cloak thrown over one shoulder, jaw set, eyes bright. When Liora glanced his way, he gave her the smallest nod, a silent "I'm here, it's okay." Lucas clapped him on the shoulder once. Cashin watched with a complicated mix of regret and something like shame. Lady Mara stood near the front as well, arms folded, eyes proud and a little wet. When Liora reached Kellen, he held out his hands. She placed hers in them. They were warm, steady, familiar. "You look like the moon carved you out just to make me crazy," he said quietly. She snorted, a half-laugh, half-sob. "That's a terrible wedding line," she whispered back. "Get used to them," he said. "I've got a whole lifetime." The elders intoned the old words. Vows were spoken, not about property, but about paths, about standing side by side when storms came, about listening when the other said, "I'm breaking," about putting truth before pride. Liora spoke hers without shaking. "I choose you," she said to Kellen, voice clear. "Not because anyone wrote it on a treaty, because my wolf did, because the moon did, because I did." Kellen's eyes shone. "I choose you," he answered. "Every day, even when you're mad at me, especially then." There was laughter at that, soft and easy. When Thorn lifted his staff and pronounced their bond blessed, a breeze swept up the ridge, lifting flags and hair and scents. The sky stayed clear. Somewhere below, elk moved calmly through the trees. No storms, no sudden accidents, no sense of the world holding its breath like it had all winter. Instead, the valley exhaled. High hollow, shadow ridge, and coastlight let out a cheer that rolled across the ridge like thunder, but warmer. Wolves tilted their heads back and howled, not in warning, but in celebration. Liora turned, and for a second, found Beckett in the crowd. He raised 2 fingers to his forehead, a small, private salute. She pressed her hand over her heart in answer. Then she turned back to Kellen. He bent his head, forehead resting gently against hers, eyes closed, hands firm on her waist. No secret, no guilt, just the solid weight of a future they were both choosing. Under an open sky, with the moon watching silently from the edge of the afternoon, the curse finally loosened its grip and slipped away, replaced by something harder to name but easier to carry. A bond accepted, a sacrifice honored, and a valley learning slowly that love was not a trade deal to be signed in the dark, but a truth to be walked in the light.